The one after.
Yeah, a week on Saturday. I'm here with that. But yeah, 25th. I've got vintage bridal. On the 25th.
So exciting. Cool. I can't wait. Sammy, you are absolutely amazing. Thanks for the brilliant demos and using top gems. Mine may come out of the drawer now, and that is from Sheena.
There's no shame in having them in the drawer. I often keep my favourite ones in the drawer for ages before I actually use them, because I never want to part with them. As anybody who knows me knows.
Absolutely. What? Yeah, Brother Pete, has he got a message in? Is participation Pete missing Ed on the Late Show? Come here, Pete. Brother Pete. Are you missing him? Be honest. Be completely honest. You've just said that I'm your favourite. So if you now say that Ed's your favourite, I'm going to be very upset. I'm getting you later, sunshine. I'll be back with you tomorrow. Enjoy your evening with the Late Show. Bye-bye.
Today I've been on Mark's Chips and Nuggets. It's been amazing. I've had a great day, I've got lots of nice things to take home, and it's not even over yet. And one thing that really impresses me is the value. I get a full set of gems, I get the wires. Mark's been really very, very helpful today. I don't have that much experience, and I'm going away feeling very, very confident to have a go.
Join guest designer Sara Elvin on her Kumihimo DVD Edition 2. Create new and exciting Kumihimo designs step by step with Sara on this DVD. Sara will teach you new techniques such as the half-flat braid on a round disc, a 12-strand spiral braid, how to add gemstones, the 8-strand chapeau, the maru yotsu, and finally how to finish your designs with various clasps and wire elements. To get your hands on a copy of this fantastic DVD, contact our call centre on 0800 644 655. Get creative with JewelleryMaker. Thread the amount of beads you require onto the elastic. Tie a simple knot in the elastic and pull until you feel a change in the tension. Repeat the process another 2 times. To secure the knot, add a touch of jewellery glue or clear nail varnish. Once dry, cut any excess elastic off using your wire cutters or snips.
I'm a massive fan of macrame. I have been ever since I was introduced to the medium, nearly 2 years ago now. And what I love about it is the simplicity of it, but also the myriad of knots that are available. There are hundreds of different combinations. You actually start off with 5 knots, but it's just the way you use them, and the combination of knots, the type of gemstones that you use, and the cords that we've got in stock at the moment are just amazing. We've got a hemp, which is a really good basis to start, and then we go up to satin. We've just had some amazing paracord introduced to the setup as well. And the gemstones, every single gemstone just lends itself so well to this discipline. As I said, it's very easy, it's very simple techniques, very easy to pick up, anyone can do it, and the world is your oyster, literally.
Good morning and welcome to this very, very special Jewellery Maker show. My name's Ed, thank you so much for joining us, and the reason this is such a special show is that we have a DVD launch this morning. We're going to be bringing you the Friendship Bracelet DVD, and this was put together by the lovely Sara. How are you, Sara? You okay?
I'm very well, thank you.
Oh, I've just noticed that the image on the DVD matches your dress.
I know.
Is that strategic or coincidental?
It's very coincidental.
There you go. So we're going to be launching this later in the show. Give everybody the opportunity to own that. Of course, our DVDs do come to you. Add it to your order prices. 1 P&P per day here at Jewellerymaker. That runs from midnight to midnight. And it's just $2.95. So it's a collective order. You can add as many items as you wish for just $2.95. We're going to bring you the DVD a little bit later on. Coming up in around about an hour's time, around about 10 AM, we're going to bring you this beautiful strand of jadeite. Now, this isn't a gemstone that we have every day here at Jewellerymaker. Those beautiful apple greens, not always easy to show you the colour tones of our gemstones when they're a bit more subtle, or the pastel shades in our studio lighting, because it's so bright. They almost look a little bit milky, don't they? But this has got this gorgeous apple green tone about it, this jadeite. Very, very interesting gemstone. We'll talk about the history behind the gemstone in about an hour's time. We only have a limited number of these, a limited edition strand, perfectly polished rounds of jadeite. It's coming up in an hour, so don't miss out on that particular deal. And actually, I have to say, how beautiful would these pastel greens, these apple greens, go with the rich saturation of this malachite cabochon. Absolutely gorgeous. In fact, we're going to launch this malachite cabochon as our early bird this morning. Now, again, it's limited edition, double figures of availability on the malachite cab, and we are going to be looking at a little bit of Sutach this morning. We've also got Kumihimo opportunities. We've got Paracord bundles as well. So we're looking at some of the weaving techniques. That's what we're going to focus on this morning. And this is particularly beautiful. I mean, look at the banding on this. Every single piece of malachite is going to be totally individual. Mother Nature's fingerprint on the surface of a gemstone. 100% unique. And this is totally natural. This is exactly as Mother Nature intended. This is how malachite actually forms. But the great thing about malachite is that it's often the polishing technique that's used that allows that gorgeous banding to come through. And of course, when you're creating a cabochon, this is actually a polishing technique. It's not actually a cut of gemstone. It's polished into this beautiful shape of this kind of domed effect that you get from the cabochon. Perfect for your Sutach designs, of course. I would actually say alongside that jadeite, it's a match made in heaven. Do you agree with that, Sarah?
Definitely. Really complementary tones, so just beautiful together.
Gorgeous, isn't it? The jadeite becomes the ultimate accent, really, because it allows that kind of rich forest green to come through on the malachite, doesn't it?
It's just luxury on luxury as well, which is just, you know, makes your pieces so desirable.
Absolutely. This is one of the key things about the design process, isn't it? If you get the colour combination right, then everything else will follow, won't it?
That's it. You just, you know, and it's looking sometimes at tone on tone, colour tones, but then sometimes you actually want to, you know, maybe just look at that and think, actually, I want to put a pop of red in there, or put something, you know, completely different as well. So, you know, just look at your colour tones and just look at sort of how gemstones can work beautifully together. Absolutely.
It's all about that cohesion within the design. And of course, the cabochons are so popular. So many different disciplines at the moment, whether it is your Sutach designs or, of course, maybe you're a wire worker. I know that tomorrow we're going to be looking at cocktail rings on the Inspiration Show. So this would be perfect for that kind of style of ring, wouldn't it? This is 30 by 22 millimetres in size. If you wanted to create a cocktail style ring, I think that'd be fantastic. And of course, we do often think about green these days as being kind of a neutral. It's Mother Nature's kind of blank canvas, isn't it, this colour tone? She starts the design for every flower with a green stem or a green meadow, for example. Wow, so many people already multi-buying this particular item. Not surprised, really, because the opportunity to add a 30-carat gemstone to your collection is almost too much to miss out on, especially when it's malachite. As I say, another gemstone that we don't have every day here, but is highly recognisable, very, very historic. In fact, there's jewellery that has been traced back to around 4000 BC featuring malachite. So it's a very historical gemstone, and as I say, 100% totally unique in terms of that gorgeous banding. Interestingly, I think it might be is it the FA Cup that has a malachite base to it?
Could well be.
Yeah, I think it is, yeah. I'm going to be corrected instantly if I'm wrong, aren't I? So yeah, you know, that's a 150-year-old competition of our beautiful game here in the UK. Okay, I will say probably about a third of the people who have confirmed their purchase have actually grabbed 2 of these. Now, it is a limited edition opportunity. I only have double figures of this available. So if you want to grab this, you need to be coming through on the free phone line. If you do come through to a short queue, don't panic. You're only investing your time on the phone lines. A free phone number, 1 PMP per day, and a 30-day money-back guarantee. Completely risk-free shopping experience here at JewelleryMaker. Congratulations to Gail, you've got 2. Anne's got 2, Melanie's got 2, Angela's got 2, Bernadette's got 2, Rosemary and Fife, you've got 2, Alison down the road in Warwickshire, you've got 2, Jane coming through on the phone lines right now, you've just grabbed 3 of these. We're going to launch this morning, and I don't think it's going to last too long either, at under £10. £8.95, that's how we get up and running this morning on our weaving special. I think that's a fair assessment, considering we've got Kumihimo, Sutach, all of those, the Paracord bundle, we've got all of those. So that's, we're going to focus on the weaving techniques. Is that fair enough?
That's fair enough, yeah.
There you go then. Okay, £8.95, and of course, I've seen fantastic Kumihimo settings for the cabochons as well, Sarah.
That's it, yeah, so you can do that, you can do your macrame, you can do crochet, you can do Sutach. Oh, you could do so many different things. Even polymer clay, if you want to sort of take that sort of similar sort of striations that runs through the malachite and maybe make a bezel out of polymer clay, or
interesting
so
idea.
Many different things.
Actually, because my last 2 inspiration shows, I've had silver clay and polymer clay, and so you could imagine creating a silver bezel for your malachite cabochon. That would be
look amazing, wouldn't it?
Well, the value you're adding to your design would be incredible. But yeah, I think we brought the best value I've ever seen on polymer clay on Tuesday as well. Like over 40 blocks of clay in one bundle.
Wow, that's a real. if you love polymer clay, it's great just to stock up. But if you're just starting, all those different colour tones.
Well, yeah, it was pretty ridiculous. And right now, another opportunity to add a fantastic gemstone to your collection. This beautiful malachite cabochon. It's been launched at £8.95 still. Huge numbers of people flying through to grab 2 of these. Gail's got 2, Olive's got 2, Karen's got 2, Marjorie's got 2, Patricia's got 2, Nicola's got 2. The last, another Margaret's got 2. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. The last 6 people to come through on my board have all grabbed more than 1 of these. And we had fewer than 75 of these available, didn't we? That's right, I think. So there you go. Well, we've got far fewer than that remaining in stock now. Should we give people a guesstimation of how many we have remaining in stock? Okay, we've got roughly 20 remaining in stock, but there's probably about 10 people in their baskets as well. So don't forget, here at JewelleryMaker, if you do place an item in your basket, that is just a signal of intent. You do need to check out to ensure that this item is heading your way. So I would imagine this is going to be a sell-out deal. So we're going to move on. I'm excited about this bundle. Do you know, that's the 3rd time I've heard that word this morning, that things are all jazzy. Yeah, because we've got some jazzy chain, that's how Martha described it, and now we've got all the jazzy bobbins. Here we go, look at this. Do you think it's because of the... Sounds like a character out of a Dickens play, doesn't it? Jazzy bobbins. Right, so this is a Kumihimo bundle. I love these colour tones that you get in this particular cord. This is all the satin cord that you get on the bobbin reels, isn't it? So you've got the rainbow variety, ruby red, amethyst purple. Oh, look at that mandarin tone. Oh, look at that. That's gorgeous. That navy and the orange together looks beautiful.
That's it. The colour tones, depending on how you set your disc up and how many of each colour you put on your disc, just changes the way that the cords look next to each other.
Okay.
So
this is a fantastic technique, isn't it? The Kumihimo. And we've got this gorgeous buttercup yellow, sky blue. Oh, that's nice. Kind of Now it is just white satin cord, but because of the satin finish, it has that kind of sheen to it. It kind of looks off-white, doesn't it?
It almost has a pearlescence to it.
You took the words right out of my mouth, Sarah. It's exactly how I saw it as well.
Yeah.
Now I've just got everybody singing Meatloaf in my ear. There you go. And you've also got the baby pink, so kind of like reminiscent of gemstone colours really. When I look at these, I'm thinking of kunzite and apatite, mandarin garnet, amethyst, ruby. But of course, the combinations is what we're looking at here when we think about the discipline of Kumihimo, isn't it? Because you also get both Kumihimo discs, the large and the small round Kumihimo discs. Can't remember a time when we've seen both of these discs in a bundle.
You know, it's so nice to get both together.
Right.
I was discussing with Vicky last night on the Late Show why you would want both discs, and I find that the smaller disc is great if you're doing your beaded Kumihimo, because you can get your thumb into the centre of the disc to hold the beads in there while you're crossing the cords over if they're being a little bit stubborn to stay under. Okay. Also great for if you're working with anyone with smaller hands. Children, for instance.
Kids love a bit of Kumihimo, don't they?
But I also like the larger disc for when I'm doing my multi-corded ones, where I might be doing 16 cords or more cords on my disc, because it's spread out a little bit more, so you can get hold of the cords a little bit easier. Okay. And also, I keep one for finer materials and one for my thicker materials as well.
You've made this point before, haven't you? Because if you're working with particular materials, they can wear down the slots a little bit. But of course, if you just keep one for your satin cords, one for...
That's it. I have one.
Your hemp cords, for example.
I'll keep one for wire.
Right.
One for Eslon and beading thread.
Right.
And then I keep one for my larger scale materials, so things like my satin cords, maybe my sari ropes, my sari threads, that sort of thing.
Right. Okay. So it makes sense to have multiple Kumihimo discs, and of course you can have more than one project on the go at any one time then as well.
That's it, definitely. And the smaller disc is great if you're on the move as well. You can just literally pop that in your inside pocket or in your handbag or wherever you might be moving. And it's great for things like, you know, sitting in waiting rooms, waiting for those appointments. You can do a little bit of Kumihimo while you're waiting, and it's something you can pick up and put down very, very easily.
That's a good idea, actually, because I never know what to do when I'm in a waiting room.
I know. Well, you know, most of the time they say you can't have your mobile phone on, so you've got to switch that off, and then you can't do anything
And you won't hear them just call your name
That's
out.
it.
And they're pretty much indecipherable anyway. Was that me? Was that me? So 10, 20, 30, 40, 50, 60, 70, 80, 90 metres of gorgeous satin cord. You've got all of those gorgeous colour tones and both Kumihimo discs, the large and the small. Again, people flying in for this one. People multi-buying this bundle as well, really benefiting from that 1 P&P per day. Let's have a look at this price point. $14.95, incredible value.
That is amazing. To get the bobbins alone.
Yes.
In other places, I have looked at prices quite similar to that just for some bobbins on their own. No cord, no discs, no nothing, just the bobbins on their own. So to get everything else, and it's basically you've got a hobby for that price, a new hobby, a new discipline for that price, which is amazing.
Actually, you make a great point, because funnily enough, I saw some of these bobbins on a famous internet auction site. Only a few. No, not bobbins.com. I'll tell you what, they give me a hard time, it's early. Yes, they were very pricey, and actually you didn't even get 9 on that deal. You only got 6 bobbins, and it was £10 for 6 bobbins. No cord, just 6 bobbins. I don't know why I saw. Oh yeah, I do remember what I was searching for now. But anyway, I know why it came up now. But you also get the Kumihimo disc, of course, and tools are cool. We know that this is essential for the discipline, of course, but you get both here. You get the large and the small, and that means that if you get hold of this particular bundle for $14.95, I mean, that is definitely representative of what we believe to be the best value on the market when you think about the quality of the satin cord, the amount you've got, the colour combinations, both Kumihimo discs, all for $14.95. That means if you've got your order up and running and you've paid your P&P, you can add your DVD to your order today. You can get that bundle and the DVD for less than £20.
That's amazing. You'll have all the cords you need to make all the projects as well, which is brilliant, and you can do them in so many different colours.
Is there a bit of Kumihimo on this?
There isn't, no.
No, okay.
No,
right,
it's all knotting, that one.
Ah, it's all knotting techniques.
Yes.
Okay, well, we're learning. But there you go, because if you're interested in Kumihimo and the weaving and the knotting techniques, then
Yes.
This is going to be quite an interesting addition.
But you have all the cords there if you get that bundle to be able to make all the projects on there.
So you could use all of these cords on there, and then you've just got your Kumihimo disc
as separate.
In reserve. Yeah.
So you've got you've got two different disciplines for that price. So you've got the knotting techniques, you've got your friendship bracelets, and then you've got your Kumihimo as well.
Well, you know, when we put together these bundles, we are never kind of limiting your creativity in any way. The only premise behind our bundles is to create amazing value. So yes, all these items work together, but really for us the idea is that we create the opportunity for you to be able to express your own creativity, and I think we do that perfectly here. $14.95. Now, I have to warn everybody, we only had double figures of availability on this. Now, this is, not to, again, we're not trying to sort of stitch anybody up. We're not trying to stop anybody investing, and lots of people are actually grabbing 2 of these. So the only thing is, when you put multiple items into a bundle, you are limited as to how many you can create, of course.
That's it, yeah.
So we were only able to put double figures of this together. There you go, Joanne's got 2, John's got 2 of this particular bundle. All I will say is we do now have a short queue on our free phone line. Now, as I said previously, you're only investing your time because it's a free phone number, certainly from a landline, so you don't need to panic about that too much, and there is still stock available. So while you're coming through, don't panic, stay where you are. A member of our very helpful call centre team will be with you shortly. Oh right, yes. Now this is great, because if you've just tuned in, I know what it's like. If you've just got back from the school run and you thought, that's an amazing deal, you're on the phone line and you think, I wonder what the early bird was. I wonder if I've missed out on something. You have, but don't worry, because there's still malachite cabochons available. I think we're approaching single figures of availability, but if you've just added this to your order and you missed out on this deal, we brought you this cabochon for just $8.95. That's 30 carats. Oh, here we go. Regular contributor to the show, Tinkerdell. And don't worry, Tink, I knew that you'd posted your comment on the wrong thread on Facebook, so don't worry. It says, morning all, I received some malachite yesterday. It's beautiful. Any collectors need this. It's now one of my favourites. There you go. Do you know what? It's funny you said that. I was just about to say, the only reason this probably isn't my favourite gemstone is just because we don't see it enough. That's the only thing that makes me, it puts it out of my mind, because it's so rare for us to have malachite on air, but I think it would be up there. It would possibly be in my top 5 gemstones.
It is beautiful. It's so mesmerising when you get it home. Those markings within the gemstone
I totally
just draw you right into it, and it's just beautiful.
Yeah, that is a great way of describing it, actually. The banding just draws you in, doesn't it? It's gorgeous. You don't normally get that level of intrigue from such an opaque gemstone, but malachite is one of those gemstones that does sort of capture your imagination, doesn't it?
It does, and each one is so unique that, I would be getting several of those cabochons just to make sure that, I've got lots of different variations of those sort of beautiful markings going through them.
Absolutely. I think most people were multi-buying that, but as I say, limited availability remaining on the malachite cabochon. Right now we're bringing you the Kumihimo bundle, and Chris from Norfolk has just texted in to say, wow, what a bargain. I paid $9.95 for 8 empty bobbins.
That's it.
So that means, well, you've got 9 bobbins here, but they've got 10 metres of cord on each of them, and you've got your 2 Kumihimo discs. So essentially, you're paying £5 for an extra bobbin, 90 metres of cord, and 2 Kumihimo discs. That's fantastic. You can see how popular it's been with our audience, because we are now down to the final 20 available in stock. A lot of the deals that we're bringing you already selling out this morning. It's going to be a busy show, Sarah. And Carol has texted in from Hampshire to say, morning, Sarah and Ed. I want to use tiny seed beads in my Kumihimo, but what medium do I use? Tiny beads, tiny holes, help please.
So what you can do with tiny seed beads is you can use your beading thread.
Okay.
If that'll go through, and use that as your strands that you're going to put your beads onto. If you want to make a mixed media piece, you can use maybe 4 strands of your satin cord, and then 4 strands with the beading thread, and put the beads onto the beading thread strands.
Nice.
Or you can, if you want to make a slightly thicker braid, use satin cords or your S-long cords as your base cords, and actually add your beads onto a piece of monofilament.
Ah, that's a nice idea.
And use them in the same slot as the S-long, and just when you're popping your beads on, just pop the bead down the monofilament and then use the rest of your cords as normal. So you can do that as well. So there's lots of different things you can do to get those beads into your Kumihimo, even though they've got tiny little holes in them.
Perfect, there you go. And actually, if you do have any questions regarding your knotting techniques, your weaving, your Kumihimo, your Sutach this morning, text in. Sarah will be more than happy to help, won't you, Sarah?
Definitely.
There you go. The number is 60777. Start your message with the phrase JM Studio. Alternatively, of course, if you are shopping online, then you can just use the web text box. So sorted. There you go. And anybody who is thinking they want to get involved with Kumihimo, they've just got everything they need, and they want some seed beads in order to create that effect, I've got a treble deal of Labradorite seed beads. Is this ticking every box or what? They're 2mm seed beads. Our favourite gemstone, Labradorite. I love that effect, you know, where you see the sort of spiral of beautiful gemstones through the weaving technique. It looks gorgeous, doesn't it?
They're so easy to incorporate into lots of different techniques. And I think a lot of people look at them and think, oh, you know, these are going to be hard to incorporate. They really aren't. They're very, very easy. And because of the size of them, they really add that beauty and interest and that intricacy to your work. And that only sort of helps to create more value in your work, because it looks so intricate, but actually the beads are doing all the work for you.
Absolutely. Well, there you go. That's what we want from our gemstones. We want them to add intricacy and detail and value to our pieces, but we don't want to have to put the work in.
That's it. These are so easy to use.
Absolutely, and actually for such a small round, these are 2mm in dimensions, I'm getting quite a lot of labradorescence here. Now it won't be easy for me to show you this on the screen. I'll try and just catch one that's showing me a bit of labradorescence, see if we can see it on there. Just about there, that little bit of glow. So difficult, they are so delicate and intricate, these gemstones. They're 2mm in size. Can you imagine how difficult it is to actually polish a 2mm gemstone? Actually, you can see on the recording there some of that labradorescence coming through. When you see it in daylight, you'll be able to really appreciate. The interesting thing about this particular strand for me is also the base colour tone, very neutral, earthy colour tone. You've got golden shades there, almost kind of moss greens coming through there, and because of that beautiful sort of golden green tone, how gorgeous would this be in your Sutach designs as well, to frame your malachite? It's not easy. Do you know what? I do this all the time and it always goes this badly, to be honest with you. There you go, that's it. That looks like what it would be like, doesn't it? Got there in the end. Okay, so that would be fantastic, wouldn't it? Labradorite and malachite in one design.
Wow.
It's quite nice to say. Labradorite and malachite. I'm easily pleased. Okay, so you get 10 carats on every single strand here. It's a triple deal, but of course that does mean that we've thirded our stock levels. So it is going to be a limited availability offering. You need to be on those phone lines as quickly as possible. Very, very difficult to cut these. I mean, the amount of labour that's gone into this particular strand, when you think about Mother Nature putting tens of thousands, if not millions of years of work into creating the labradorite, and then of course had to mine for it, cutting it to these very, very precise sizes, the 2mm rounds, drilling the holes. Such a delicate gemstone to drill when it's 2mm in size, but as Sarah rightly says, that adds to your design. It adds that level of intricacy and detail to your designs as a result. We are going to give this to you at an incredible price. That's the whole point of our bundles. We take a collection of gemstones, we bundle them together. We create this unique discount code. This will only be available until 9 AM tomorrow morning, or more likely, based on our sales this morning, while stocks last, it's just £12.95. Less than £5 per strand. We were just talking about how labour intensive it would be to actually create this strand. Less than £5 a strand, that is totally ridiculous, really. But that's what we do here at JewelleryMaker. We're part of the Genuine Gemstone Company. We get as close to source as possible, and we try to cut out as many middlemen as we can so we can pass the savings on to you. I mean, the other great thing about more delicate gemstones is it means you get so many more gemstones for your money as well.
You do, and you know, if you like you know, doing any of the sort of small seed beadwork, your peyote and things like that, you can do so much with these. You know, you can create little frames and all sorts of different things. So I just love using them, and I love using them in my Kumihimo as well. I like using them with the chips and nuggets.
Yeah, gorgeous. Yeah, because
so
then you get the kind of mirrored effect between the polished round and the organic finish. Let's show you this. Okay, lots of people coming through. Barbara texts in and says, "Hi gang, got in. Have I missed the DVD?" Don't panic. Right, so many people already texted in about the launch of the Friendship Bracelet DVD. We're actually going to bring it forward. I think we intended to do this about the halfway point, around about 11 AM. We are now going to launch it at 10 AM. You have spoken. We're your friend in the living room. We never want to let you down. So if you want to grab that DVD, be on the phone lines at 10 AM. We're going to launch this, and will we do it before or after our Jadeite launch? Even before we bring you my presenter pick, the gorgeous Jadeite. What a double whammy coming up for you in just over half an hour. The Friendship Bracelet DVD, followed by the opportunity to own this limited edition strand of beautiful Jadeite. Elizabeth just texted in to say, I paid £30 for a Kumihimo kit that made one bracelet. Fabulous price on your Kumihimo pack. There you go. So half the price of what Elizabeth paid, and well, you'd get a lot more than one design out of 90 metres of satin cord, I presume. Definitely. There you go. Oh, and actually, somebody's just texted in a question that might be helpful for a number of different people. Sandra's texted in to say, "Hi Ed and Sarah, I am a total beginner to Kumihimo. Does the set come with instructions?"
It doesn't come with instructions, but if you are a complete beginner to do Kumihimo, may I suggest grabbing either the Introduction to Kumihimo DVD or the Kumihimo DVD 2.
Right.
I think it might be actually classed as DVD 1, but it's on the website. There are 2 in there, and either of those will take you through creating, straight from beginning, how to create the braids and how to do that. So I can suggest getting those. There are, tutorials online, and you can have a look at some of my online.
Almost as though YouTube was created just to show you how to do these techniques. There are thousands of videos, so you will be able to find lots of tutorial information. But if you go to our Facebook page, we've got a community of over 50,000 people there. So many helpful individuals will talk you through the process, won't they?
That's it. And, as I say, you have a look online, have a look at... actually, if you look at the last night's Late Show, about 8 o'clock on the Late Show last night, I taught Vicky how to do the Kumihimo, the basic moves. So you can look at that, and it's actually on there.
Oh, there you go. In fact, if you go to our YouTube channel and search for Sara Kumihimo, for example, there'll be loads of different demonstrations of how to do it.
We did about half an hour last night of demo on Kumihimo.
Oh right, okay, there you go. Last night, within the last 24 hours, within the last 13 hours, we've already shown you how to do it. So there you go. Yes. Claire's just texted in to make a fantastic point regarding the DVD. Yay! Thanks, Ed. I need that DVD for half term and a bunch of kids to entertain. Do you know what? If you just grab that bundle, you've got 90 metres of cord, grab this DVD, you're laughing.
You are, completely. It's just going to keep them entertained. This is the sort of thing I do with my children at half term. If we've got sort of an hour that they're just, got to that point where I want them away from the screens.
What's that sound?
Silence. You'll get
all that. Parents crave that sound. I know. I have a 3-year-old and he's never silent. He's not very well, actually.
Oh, bless him.
If you're watching, Freddie, because he hasn't gone to nursery today, get well soon, baby. Okay, so we're bringing that DVD. It's coming up at 10 AM. Perfect for half term. Absolutely fantastic. And don't worry about the age of your child, because the other day we had a 2-year-old getting involved with polymer clay. Yeah, somebody texted. Your son does a lot of...
he does a lot of braiding techniques. He does a lot of the Kumihimo and these sort of Nottingham friendship bracelets.
He's the talk of the playground, you've told me in the past, with his friendship bracelets, isn't he?
He does. He makes lots of pieces and just gives them away, so everyone really likes him for doing that. So
that's perfect. There you go. If you want to be popular, get involved. It's Vincent, isn't it?
It is, yeah. He just loves anything that's sort of really creative, that allows him to sort of have that creative flow. He absolutely loves it.
I think it's good because you got helps you to develop your your sort of fine motor skills.
Yes.
Matching colours and stuff, even for youngsters. My son would love to play with those bobbin reels just for the colours. He's good with colours, actually.
That's it. I mean, you know, even for the motor skills, take the satin cord off the bobbins and get them to put it back on again. It's great for motor skills.
I do that. It's not a bad idea, actually. We're going to launch our first kit of the morning. Now, the idea behind our kits is that it does give beginners the opportunity to invest in everything you need to get up and running with the hobby, but also for people who are sort of established jewellery designers, allows you to replenish all of your stocks at once. So perfect, really. In this kit, we have put in the cords. As I say, we're going to focus on the knotting, the weaving techniques. So your Kumihimo, which we've already kind of covered, and then we're going to do a bit of Sutach later on in the show as well, aren't we? So all of these kind of techniques allow you to integrate these mediums, these beautiful cords, into your designs, and you do get your cords in this particular kit. So you do get that, don't you?
You do.
Yeah,
So I just got it out of my kit, my other one.
Okay, great. So you get the tangerine, the khaki green and the charcoal grey, as well as the ruby red. 10 metres of all of those. You also get your Kumihimo findings. These are kind of specific for those, although I have seen them used. Great innovations. Yeah. There's everything you're going to get. This is your rose gold plated, so you've got your little heart-shaped charms, you've got your charm hangers, you've got the oval-shaped jump rings, which are so useful because they fit inside the bell-shaped clasp. Is that right?
The opening hides underneath the clasp loop, which means that it's really, really, really secure, so nothing can get out.
You taught me that on my designer inspiration show that we had, didn't you?
Yes.
So you also get the bell-shaped clasp, which of course give you that professional finish to your braided techniques. Oh, I love what you've done with those hearts. Now that's a sort of texture detailing that you've put on there.
Yeah, just any stamps you might have at home. Even, you know, you might find something at home that you can actually use to be able to sort of put textures onto those. You can just use the steel block and your hammer to be able to do it.
Fantastic. And you also get your toggle clasps in that kit as well. I love rose gold at the moment. It's that sort of transitional metal. And you know, Debbie Bulford was saying the other day she thought that it would die down after Christmas, but actually it's bigger than ever on the high street with the elite designers. Rose gold seems to be where it's at the moment. And of course we're going to give you your beautiful gemstones. So 3 strands of gemstones here. Your crackled quartz coins. And those are 10mm in size. You've got your beautiful red magnesite. This is gorgeous. I love the banding on that. You've got this gorgeous jet black banding on the red magnesite. 250 carats in total, 10mm rounds. And then you've got the black rutile quartz. Mother Nature, once again, putting her fingerprint on every single gemstone to make them totally unique. Love the faceting on that black rutile quartz because you've got that icy kind of finish to the gemstones themselves, and the faceting's enhancing it.
It is.
A little bit further, isn't it?
It is.
You've been able to put together quite an impressive suite of jewellery here.
I could have made so many more other pieces as well. So you can see that, you know, you can, when you have additional cording material and things like that, you can make so many pieces. You know, a lot of the time we'll use chain for a neckline piece, but when you've got the cords in there, you can use the cording to make those neckline pieces as well. So
just makes everything go that little bit further, doesn't it?
It does, and there's so many techniques you can use with cords, whether you want to do macrame style pieces, whether you want to do traditional knotting type pieces, or whether you want to do sort of the friendship bracelets or the Kumihimo, or lots of different techniques that you can use.
There you go. So you've actually been able to put together 9 individual designs there. Lots and lots of people already coming through here. Classic colour combinations with your reds, your blacks and your whites, of course. And you do get all of your cords, your kind of Kumihimo findings, I suppose. Although, as I say, they have been used in lots of different designs. And this morning we're going to give you a JewelleryMaker prize for all of these items. Wow, already huge numbers of people coming through on our free phone number. We are extremely busy this morning. We're going to be launching that DVD at 10 AM. That's going to be an added to your order price. Why not get your order up and running right now with the Colour Connection jewellery kit? Here comes our price, $24.95. Considering what we've already heard, people paying for just, you know, bobbin reels, and you're getting 3 strands of gemstones.
Yes.
All of that cord, and your rose gold plated findings for $24.95. That is amazing value, isn't it? look at that. I mean, how much could you pay for just heart-shaped rose gold plated charms elsewhere, for example?
There's the charms, you can find charms, but quite often they don't have holes in them or loops to attach them, so then you've got to, you know, have the tools to be able to do that. So it just is, you know, really useful to have them just like that.
Absolutely fantastic. Sorry, I've got a little cold, so I had to just have a little clear my throat there. $24.95. What? Really? Okay. Seems very strange, but anyway, as you may well know, if you're a regular viewer, producer Dion can be somewhat blasé about her pricing here on JewelleryMaker. She's just told me that she's got a bit of a theme this morning. It runs through the show in that the next two kits are under £20. But she said she wants that theme to run from start to finish. So she's going to give you a saving on this particular jewellery kit. Now, it's only available until 9 AM tomorrow. We weren't expecting to see this price point, but she didn't want to disappoint you. She's taking it down to $19.95. Wow. That is ridiculous.
Can I just say that if I was to go to a certain places on the high street and I was just to get those,
right,
just those,
just the cords,
just
right,
the cords, I would pay more than the price for the kit.
Really?
Yes.
And you've got the 3 strands of gemstones and rose gold plated Kumihimo finding kit there.
Yeah.
For $19.95, that is an absolute no-brainer, isn't it, really? That is incredible. You think about working with rose gold plated findings, that is going to add so much value into your pieces. So you're saying you could pay more than that for just the cord?
Yes.
The rose gold plated findings on our website are normally $9.95. So that means you're getting 3 strands of gemstones and the cord essentially this morning for £10.
That's amazing. And these gemstones, you know, are so easy to work with, whether you're a beginner or an experienced jewellery maker. They're just so easy to work with. And, you know, they go with so many different things. And I've just realised I need another one of these kits because I need to make some jewellery to go with this outfit.
Dion just said, "You're welcome." She didn't work that out before she did the price point. You heard her motivation. She said, "I just want them all to be under £20." Then she checked the prices of the individual components. Oh yeah. Yeah, I think so, yeah. Is that the realisation you're having after you've done it? She just said, maybe I should have checked the price of the rose gold plated findings before I lowered the price. $19.95 is the price point now for this incredible kit. No way were we intended to launch this at under £20. $24.95 was a price point we were proud of for this kind of incredible opportunity. As Sarah just said, you can invest more than that for just the cords. And these are fantastic cords as well because they're the waxed.
They are.
So they give you that strength, they give you that sheen.
They have a wonderful sort of quality to them. I just find different types of cord when you work them together. So if you manage to get the Kumihimo bundle with the satin cords, if you actually mix and match your cord types together, it creates a different look into your Kumihimo braids, whether it be your friendship braids as well. Just creates different looks. So you've got the high sheen of the satin against the sort of, there's a sheen to the wax cords, but it's a slightly more muted sheen, and you get the sort of the textile coming through on the wax cords. You actually see the weave a little bit more in the braid itself.
That adds to the design, doesn't it?
It does, and it just changes the look of things.
So which of your designs are we going to demonstrate this morning?
We're going to do this neckline piece. We're going to work out how to do, show how to do the neckline.
Because it has quite a free-flowing look, but actually, I imagine you've got to be quite precise in how you do it. Is that right? No? No. Okay, cool. Well, that's good, especially for beginners. That's good.
It uses a very technical tool that we carry around with us. What are these? We use this.
Well, there you go then. If you only need your fingers, you're laughing.
Yes,
They're your knitting needles, basically, are they?
We're going to crochet on them.
All right, okay. Typical. Do you know, I'll put myself out there. I said a crafting term and I got it wrong.
So very
only obvious if you know.
It's actually, I owe this technique to my son. He came home and showed me how to do it, and it's something that they learn at school again for dexterity and sort of so taught him how to do it.
Friendship bracelet DVD coming up for the half term at 10 a.m.
Okay, so what you're going to do is you're going to start, and you need to make sure that your cord is untangled and free flowing. So if it's on a reel or a bobbin, that's great. This is perfect for this. What you're going to do is you're going to take the tail of your cord and put it over the back of your hand and hold it between your thumb and your hand, like so. Then you're going to take the cord and you're going to go over and under and over, and then back again, like so. So you'll end up with a loop of cord around each finger, and it's on the back as well, okay? And then you're going to do that again, all the way back, like so. So you end up with 2 loops on every finger, like that. And if I turn my hand over, you can see that they're on the back as well. Because you've got 2 loops, you can now start to form the loops of your braid. And what you need to do is take the bottom loop on your little finger and take it over and let it drop over your finger. And you're going to do the same on all of your fingers. I'm just going to take that one over there, and then that one over there, like that. And if you find your first loops are a bit loose, if you just pull on the tail of your beginning cord, and then you can just tighten those back up again, and then you're just going to go over, under, and if this one's popped up a little bit, just keep going until you've got 2 loops again on every finger, and then work down, taking those loops over the top, like that, and again just move those down your fingers, and you can see that if I tap that over, you can see that the crochet is starting to come along the back there, and you're just going to carry it on and create those loops. And you can see that this forms quite quickly, and it probably only took me to do the whole neckline piece maybe 5 minutes. So you can see that if I hold that there, you can see that's starting to form. When you get quite a lot of braid started, so if I pull that there, can you see it's just starting to form? When you get quite a lot of this formed, you'll be able to take the end of your braid and pop that into a ribbon cord or a Kumihimo end piece, and you'll be able to just carry on down the neckline piece until you've got a long length like I have there.
Yeah. To
finish off, because that's the tricky bit to get this, because you might find that you've got to the end and you don't know how to finish off your, and that was the bit that Vincent didn't tell me. Okay. I had to kind of work that one out. Yeah, nice he didn't tell me that. Is you're going to just create another row.
He was just trying to tie you up, was he?
Yeah, he was. You're just going to create another row of loops, and then what you're going to do is you're going to take, instead of working from the other end that way, I'm going to work from my index finger back. I'm going to take the loop on my index finger over, like that, and this loop that's on this finger, I'm going to take it and transpose it onto the next finger. I'm going to take the loop over that one, just pop that tight, over that one, and then the one underneath over that too, until we get to that point, and then I can put that loop onto there. And you're going to carry on doing that and just keep taking those loops over each other and transposing that one onto the next finger, and that one over that one, and that is your finishing point. You would put your cord through there, and then you would be able to anchor that piece of braid, and then you'd be able to do whatever you want with it.
Perfect.
So you can do that down the neckline, you can make bracelets out of it. It works really nicely for making belts out of as well.
That's a nice idea. And you did all that without any tools?
Without any tools. So very easy technique to do. Creates this really open, sort of free-forming weave, but it actually has quite a good structure to it. So when you add your gemstones onto it and things, there are good anchoring points to be able to add your gemstones onto.
Yeah.
You can put ribbon through it.
Of course, 'cause it's such an open weave,
Yeah, so you can put ribbon through it, you can put wire through it, you can do all sorts of different techniques with it. So it's a really great, easy technique. And it uses lots of, it doesn't use that much actually. I probably used about, to make that piece, about 4 meters of cord. So it's not too hungry on the cord.
There you go. Well, right now you can add this kit to your order for $19.95. The intended price was just $24.95, and you've got 40 meters of your beautiful wax cord, the red, the tangerine, the khaki green, the charcoal. You've also got rose gold plated findings. This Kumihimo kit would normally be $9.95 alone. But that's not all you get, because you also get these fantastic gemstones. Your red magnesite, your crackled quartz of the 10mm puffy coins, and the black rutile quartz, such a sought after gemstone here at JewelleryMaker. 250 carats of black rutile quartz, all for $19.95 this morning, should be $24.95, and that was already indicative of the best and most competitive pricing on the market. You can have this order right now for $19.95. We've actually had a text come in from one of our customers. It's coming from Natasha, and it says, "Morning Ed, lovely to see you." Well, if I'd realised you were on this morning's show, I'd have got up earlier. Deal's looking good today, Dion. Natasha, I know that you follow me on Twitter because we've had many a conversation, and I did tweet it out that I was on the show. If you want to follow me on Facebook or Twitter, then you can find me at Ed Presenter. It's the same handle for both social networks, Twitter and Facebook, and I always give everybody a heads up about my shows. We are going to actually have a look at what you've been creating, because we are going to move over to your designs on the Wall of Fame. Welcome back, and it is now time for the Wall of Fame, your opportunity to have your design shown live on the show. One thing I will say, because I get asked this all the time actually on Facebook, don't panic if you don't see your designs. Every single person that sends us a design in will be entered into the prize draw, but if you're fortunate enough to have your design shown on air, then that's just a little treat. I'll let Sarah get us up and running this morning.
Oh, I've got a lovely piece, sort of talk line piece. This is 223, and this is from Lillian, and she's in Aberdeen. She says, "Hi all, this is my entry for this week. Was a quick make, a talk star necklace which incorporates gold plated wire, beads and brushed rectangular shaped pendant. All items were purchased from JM. Can I say a quick happy birthday to Mark for Friday? We share the same birthday, but I have been around a lot longer." And that's from Lillian in Aberdeen. Well, Lillian, that's a beautiful piece of jewellery, and I'm sure Mark's thrilled you share the same birthday with him.
Gorgeous design, very vintage look, isn't it?
It's
gorgeous.
a lovely piece, and you could wear that with everything.
Anything, yeah, absolutely. Oh, now this is interesting because, as I say, I've got a wirework cocktail rings tomorrow with Laura Binding, and this is kind of Laura Binding-esque pendant design, isn't it? This is number 226. It says, it is a wire-wrapped cabochon using a black and white Howlite cabochon, 1mm blue wire with 0.4mm wire for the wrapping. All ingredients are from JM. Special thanks to my very good friend Andrea, who inspired me to have a go. I am hoping for a win. I'm crossing everything. Good luck to all the Wall of Famers. And that has come in from Elaine. So thank you very much, Elaine, and that's a nice little message there. People inspiring others to get involved with the hobby. I like that.
I think that's
number 226.
That's the jewellery making community. We all want to share and help each other.
Yeah.
I've got 224 here, and this is from Steph, and she's in Berkshire. She says, "Hello to everybody at JewelleryMaker. My latest entry to the wonderful Wall of Fame is an agate pendant made from 0.8mm antique bronze copper wire. I love the movement of the central stone. It's a very tactile piece. I'm currently working feverishly on, she waits for it, drum roll, my first wedding commission."
Nice.
I'm so thrilled and honoured and a little bit nervous. I will send pictures of things as they develop. Happy beading to all you woffers, and that's from Steph in Berkshire.
Nice, there you go. I always say this because we get lots of hobbyists texting in saying, I don't sell my designs, why are you talking about that? It's only a matter of time before you get your first commission, isn't it?
It is, especially if you wear all your jewellery that you make. People will quite often stop you and say, where did you get that? And then you can say, I made it. And they can say, well, you make me one. And that's quite often how it will start.
That's nice, you can promote your own jewellery that way. Actually, these are quite bridal-esque actually, with the pearls, beautiful. This has come in from Kim in Yorkshire. It says, hello everyone at JM. Haven't made anything in a while, so I've sort of had this idea in my head for some time. Silver plated wire and bright white shell pearl cabochons, all from JM. I'm still practicing my wire techniques and hopefully improving. Love watching JM presenters and designers, and that has come in from Kim in West Yorkshire. Well, they are absolutely beautiful. I thought they were real pearls with the gorgeous sheen that they've got there. You're number 227, so good luck in the draw, Kim.
They're very difficult to make earrings because, of course, you've got to get the symmetry perfect. So, done really a fantastic job on that. I've got a beautiful piece here, 225, and this is from Diana. This is my entry for the Wall of Fame. It's all handmade in silver. I used zircon, which I have twisted to get the maximum sparkle. My daughter said it looks like frost sparkling in the sunshine. I love, love, love it, and that's from Diana. Isn't that beautiful?
It's gorgeous, isn't it?
That's
I love that piece.
It's just going to catch the eye everywhere you wear that. I hope you've kept that one for yourself.
Classic tennis bracelet design, isn't it?
Beautiful.
Okay, so if you want to enter the Wall of Fame, we do the prize draw here every week on a Wednesday morning. So you could win £50 added to your account, or £100 if you're the winner or the runner-up, respectively. So good luck to everybody who's entered. We are going to go to a quick break. When we return, we are going to launch the friendship bracelet. So calm down, everyone. We're getting so many texts, Sarah. Don't worry. We are going to be back in 2 minutes with the friendship bracelet launch. Don't go away.
Today's course has been really good. I've been on the Macrame course with Deb Rudge, and we've been doing quite a lot of knotting techniques and bringing them together to make a little small owl. And then we're currently working on a freeform necklace or bracelet, which is really good because there's no rules. It's been a really, really good day. You get an awful lot from it, just in terms of being able to use your own imagination to transfer it into the piece that you're making, and it's just been a really good day, yeah.
If you have a question or query for JewelleryMaker, then you can contact our call centre on 0800 644 655 and press option 2. Or alternatively, you can email help@jewellerymaker.com.
Here at JewelleryMaker, we love seeing your jewellery creations, learning about your inspiration and reading your blogs. If you write your own craft or jewellery blog, then we'd love to hear from you. Simply tweet us at jewellery_maker UK with your blog link and we'll be in touch.
Did you know you can purchase incredible jewellery featuring genuine gemstones on our sister channel Gems? Come along and see what treasures you can find.
Download the JewelleryMaker app today. You can watch our JewelleryMaker shows live, view all the details of the item that is currently on air, as well as browsing all the items from today's show. You can also minimize the video or switch to use as a companion app. Get the JewelleryMaker app today and boost your viewing experience. Do you have a question that you need answering?
Well, did you know you can ask to speak to an accredited jewellery professional in our call centre?
Trained by the GIA, you can ask us any gemological question and we'll do our best to help.
We don't just sell gemstones, we know gemstones.
That's why when you buy from us, you're buying with confidence. Buy your genuine gemstones from genuine accredited jewellery professionals.
Join the jewellery making fun with this fantastic In the Mix DVD. This DVD includes 4 different techniques with 4 different guest designers. Debbie Bulford shows us how to create elegant polymer clay pendants. Laura Binding is here to show us a beautiful wire-wrapped ring. Mark Smith with his fantastic macrame earrings using beading thread and gemstones. And finally Liz Welch with jewel enamel pendants. You'll be surprised just how many different ways there are to make new and exciting pieces of jewellery. To get your hands on a copy of this fantastic DVD, contact our call centre on 0800 644 655. Get creative with JewelleryMaker.
Do you need a helping hand to get started with JewelleryMaker? Are you stuck for ideas and need inspiration? Then visit our JewelleryMaker website, where you can find our video tutorials. Expand your knowledge and skills with these easy-to-follow jewellery making demonstrations. Whether you're a beginner, hobbyist, or business owner, there's always something new to learn. It couldn't be easier. Simply click and learn some new jewellery making techniques.
Good morning and welcome back to JewelleryMaker. Very, very exciting times here at JM Towers because we are about to do a DVD launch. This is our Friendship Bracelet DVD. We know it's going to be popular. So many people have been texting into the show. Lots of people contacting me yesterday on Facebook to say that they were excited about the Friendship Bracelet launch. It's one of those kind of introductory kind of techniques, really, isn't it? We were talking about the idea of maybe investing in this for the half term to get your youngsters involved with jewellery making, creating friendship bracelet designs. Sara is with us. She has put this DVD together. Now I'm going to be a little bit naughty because I know this is going to be so popular. I know people are going to be flying in at jewellerymaker.com to add this to their order, so I'm going to give the phone buyers an opportunity to start dialing right now. So dial the free phone number, come through to the call centre as quickly as possible, otherwise I expect to see you getting stuck in a bit of a queue. This is going to be a big seller this morning. We know that our DVDs are always unbelievable value. The price point can only be described as an add it to your order deal. These are some of the designs that you're going to be able to create. Have you started dialing that free phone number already? Because here comes the product code that you need to add the Friendship Bracelet DVD to your order this morning. I think most regular viewers are going to know the launch price for our DVDs. The Friendship Bracelet DVD is no different from any other. You get 60 minutes of tutorage there, or roughly 60 minutes of tutorage. Takes you through a variety of different projects. And Sara, I imagine the kind of complexity of each design increases as you move through the DVD.
It does slightly, but it's sort of building on techniques.
Okay.
There are very different techniques in there. So, you know, once you've got one, it means that you can just vary it and change it slightly to be able to create a different design. Right. So they're all slightly different. So they don't vary too much on skill. So this could be a great one for beginners. But if you have done any knotting techniques before, but you might just be wanting to take it onto the next level, then these are perfect as well.
There you go. So actually that's quite interesting. So if you are just sort of starting your jewellery making journey, it's not that you have to get your mind round really, really complex techniques. It's actually just building on sort of introductory designs, but taking them in your own directions.
And the great thing about these is they repeat the same process all the way along the bracelet. So once you've got it, you're in that it's almost like the Kumihimo, when you get into that zone, and you can kind of, once you start getting into that, you know the rhythm of the routine of the braiding and the knotting, you can kind of switch off a little bit and you get into that sort of tranquil zone.
Oh, I'm a big advocate of meditation at the moment, and that is kind of a similar ideal, isn't it?
It
so
is.
If you're just repeating something, then you kind of transcend the stresses of the day and just focus on that.
They build quite quickly, even the more complex ones where you've got lots and lots of cords, they build quite quickly. Once you're in that little zone, you can actually do other things like, you know, watch your favourite TV programme or listen to the radio or whatever while you're doing it.
So basically you can watch JewelleryMaker and create designs.
You can.
That's all you need to. That's all you need to know, jewellery makers. Amazing. you can see my handsome face and still be creating jewellery designs. All right, there's no need for that. Do you mean that in a positive way, that my handsome face will be too distracting, Ollie? Yeah, right. Okay, loads and loads of people flying through this. Actually interesting that so many people are multi-buying the DVD. Maybe it's one for a friend, one for yourself, because this would be a great idea for getting people introduced to the hobby.
It's a great one for, you know, if you've got, as that lady said, you know, for half term, for getting people involved. It may be that you've got sort of pre-teens like I've got that need sort of dragging away from the screens a little bit at half term for half an hour to an hour at a time, and this is something you can pop on. They can sit and they can make a bracelet for themselves in lots of different mediums. So if you've got girls, they want to, you know, maybe pick their favourite colours, whereas my boys like using things like the suede and the leather cords to make their pieces for a little bit more masculine, or the darker male tones. And I don't know a child or an adult alive that doesn't like that multicoloured cord. I absolutely love this, because for me, when I'm in that sort of zone where I can't make up my mind what colour I'd like, it does all the work for me.
Well, I've got single figures available of the Kumihimo bundle, which had 90 metres of cord on the bobbins available. It had that rainbow cord. I love this this navy blue. Actually, from the previous kit, the charcoal with the navy blue would look fantastic in a bracelet.
It would, and give you that sort of really quite sort of a dark masculine tone, to be able to sort of, you know, have jewellery that you can, and I like the fact that this is jewellery that can be made for whether they're young or old, male or female, you know, just it works across everywhere.
Absolutely perfect. So I have to say this is proven to be extremely popular. We do have a short queue on our phone lines. Don't panic, around about 60 seconds. It is a free phone number. You're only investing your time on the phone lines, and I will say that the value that we bring you on our friendship bracelet, on all of our DVDs, but particularly this friendship bracelet DVD, because it's so eclectic, perfect for the half term, as we've said, is amazing. You couldn't even pay the car parking to take your children somewhere for the price that we're going to give you on this DVD. All of our DVDs launched at $4.95. This is no different. It's an add it to your order price. If you are new to us and you're thinking, hold on a minute, my mum always told me if something looks too good to be true, it generally is. That is not the case here at JewelleryMaker. 60 minutes of tutorage in this fantastic discipline for $4.95. It's amazing, isn't it? You can't even get a meal that makes you happy, and for both your kids and the petrol to the place. That kind of price. This will keep them entertained. You like that one, didn't you, guys? Trust me, when I take both my kids and I drive there, I end up spending more than that. You've got to eat too, don't forget. An hour's worth of tutorage, but of course it goes on and on and on, because once you've learnt the techniques, as you said, it can be quite therapeutic, or of course they can keep people entertained. So
that's it. And once you've learnt the techniques, you can go on to the next level. So we do the chevron bracelet, which is that one there, but the one behind it, I've embellished it a little bit more and put some pearls down, so it's exactly the same braiding technique, but I've just embellished it. Actually,
when I was on screen the other day with one of our designers, they were telling me that they have paid sort of like 50, 60 pounds for a 45-minute workshop with some certain techniques, and of course you've got an hour's worth of tutorage here for $4.95. It's pretty unbelievable value, really.
There's lots of places near me that do little workshops, and they're normally 1 or 2 hours, and they're normally between sort of 20 to 30 pounds for that 1 or 2 hour, and you learn to make one thing in that time. And you know, so because some of them you need to buy your materials before the course starts as well, so it's amazing value for money.
Fantastic. Okay, people are flying through for this one. As I say, if you do come through to a short queue on our phone lines, don't panic about that. Stay where you are. It's a free phone number here at JewelleryMaker, and of course if you've got it in your basket, you do need to start checking out just $4.95 for the friendship bracelet DVD. Takes you through a variety of different projects, perfect for the half term, but maybe you are a more experienced jewellery maker and you just want to, you know, take a look at slightly different disciplines to what you usually associate with your jewellery making style. Maybe you're a classic beader or a wire worker and you want to start working on some of these weaving or knotting techniques, this would be perfect introduction, wouldn't it?
That's it, because a lot of people sort of say that they maybe don't know where to start with braiding or knotting or making the friendship bracelets, hype style pieces, and they don't know how to get started. And actually, once you get the techniques, you can then just sort of, you know, just really move on with your jewellery designs and just start incorporating things in a different way. Now,
the cover may have a design that's similar to maybe another DVD, I don't know, like Macrame or a Kumihimo DVD, but this is a premiere launch, just in case anyone's confused. We have never launched this DVD before today. This is your first opportunity to add this to your collection today. And there's a lot of jewellery making collectors who want to get all of the full set of DVDs, in fact. $4.95 for this DVD. You can continue to come through and add that to your order. Should have quite healthy stock levels of all of our DVDs, although I have to say, hundreds of people coming through, aren't there? How many of those do you think? Whoa! Oh, wow. Nearly 300 DVDs already been allocated, and that doesn't include the people who have got it in their baskets yet to check out. So, congratulations. That's all I can say about that. You can continue to come through. As I say, we do have quite healthy stock levels. Now we're going to give you an opportunity to add some more cord to your order, because the Kumihimo bundle that we brought you right at the start of the show has been a sellout deal. So we want to give people the opportunity to add cord to their order. You're going to need it to do your friendship bracelets. We know everybody loves the satin cord. We know you need those bobbins for particular techniques, so why not bring you this fantastic deal? You get 40 meters in total, gorgeous colour tones, the tangerine, the navy blue, the ruby red and the buttercup yellow, all 1mm gauge in terms of your satin cord. Beautiful finish, absolutely love this. We'll have another look at some of the designs that you'll be able to create if you've just grabbed that DVD. I mean, look at that, that would look fantastic. You could easily recreate that in the blue and the tangerine, actually. In fact, all of these colour tones work together, don't they?
They do.
Gorgeous.
When you put different tones together, it changes those tones of bracelets, so you can see how it just will change it all completely.
Actually, I'll give you an idea of the kind of designs. In fact, we've seen two of these designs already, haven't we? Because there they are. In fact, all three of these designs are available on the actual DVD. There's a couple of variations there that Sarah's brought along as well. But you know, once you've mastered a technique, you'll be able to create all of these looks, won't you?
And the great thing about the DVD is it shows you how to finish them in lots of different ways as well, how to create lots of different clasps and to actually finish off your braids as well.
Ah, okay, so it's all about the finish more often than not, with an idea. When you're looking at something like a friendship bracelet, it's the finish that sets you apart from a sort of piece of half-term craft work and a piece of jewellery, I suppose.
That's it. I mean, you know, and it's lots of, you know, if it's a traditional friendship bracelet, you get a thread to tie it on, like the chevron bracelet you've got there, that one. So you actually would get somebody to tie that on, and then you would be able to take off the excess cords and it would stay on. It wouldn't be something you would remove on a regular basis. Whereas some of the others have finishes that you can take on and off very easily.
So, we are now going to bring you an opportunity to add these gorgeous satin cords to your order. 4 bobbin reels, that's 40 meters of cord here, for one fantastic price. Wow, so many people already flying in. $7.95. We've already heard that people have been paying higher price than that for just bobbins. Just the reels without any cord. You got 40 meter cord. Actually, I have seen prices of, you know, over £1 per meter in certain craft stores for cord of this kind of standard. This is top quality satin cord, and right now you can get 40 meters for $7.95. Another add it to your order price, essentially. Lots of people flying through for that one. In fact, lots of people multi-buying this deal because they recognise the value, not just of that fantastic cord, but actually the bobbins themselves. Yeah. Something that we've already heard from a lot of our customers this morning. So congratulations if you are grabbing this one. It will be available until, well, 9 AM tomorrow morning, or while stocks last, because there's lots of people multi-buying. So Pauline's got 2, Paula's got 2, Laura's got 2. $7.95 for 40 meters of beautiful satin cord. if you're worried about the DVD, don't panic. There's still stock available. Details of that are available at the bottom of the screen right now. It's just £4.95 for the Friendship Bracelet DVD. That's a fantastic add it to your order price, isn't it, that we're looking at here. Huge numbers of people coming through now for that particular deal. Unrivaled value here for your bobbin collection. Some people are actually doubling up on their order now. They've just said, I think some people have added it to their order and they decided they were going to double up because of the value. I don't blame you. That's the way to do it. And also, once you start to master some of the techniques on the DVD, you're going to want more, because you're just going to get so enamoured by it that you're just going to be going and going and going, aren't you?
That's it. And
£7.95, lots of people grabbing that one. We're going to continue with the threading material bundles because we want you to get those variations. We were talking before, weren't we, about the idea of creating feminine or masculine designs. Now, oh, sorry, I'm just going to go in here because I've got more of the satin cord. This time without the bobbins, and that means that we can put a few more colour tones into the bundle itself. So we've got the white, the purple, sky blue, kind of mint green, the rainbow colour tone and the tangerine shade there. You get 10 metres on all of the reels. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 60 metres of satin cord here. Look, there's so much I can't hold them. Loads of people already dialing through. That's the way to do it, of course. As soon as the graphics hit the screen, start dialing that free phone number to get involved. I love that colour combination. Real springtime colour shades, actually, that you've got there. With the greens, the pastel blues there, the amethyst purple, ever popular, and that rainbow colour tone. Sarah loves this one. Everybody loves it.
this is the one that I have to get lots and lots in stock because my children radiate to it all the time.
Really?
And it's just a really easy one to use. And say, if you can't make your mind up, it's done it for you.
There you go. That is the one you need for the half term. And we saw people multi-buying the DVD, so if you're grabbing one of these DVDs for your friend to get them involved, this would be a great addition, wouldn't it? So the DVD and then 60 metres of your satin cord with this beautiful variety of colours.
Yeah.
Can't go wrong, can you?
You can't.
Great gift.
Just means that you've got everything to get going. Again, you've got everything for a new discipline, if you like, for an absolute amazing price. And I just think, you know, there aren't many things that you can pick up, even if you want to start, you know, maybe sewing or knitting or anything like that. You can actually start very, very easily. You don't need anything special to do the bracelets on.
Sure.
You can actually just pin them onto a cushion or something like that. I mean, having a macrame board's brilliant,
yep.
But you can just pin your cords onto a cushion and that would work.
We've just shown people how to use their fingers as the tool to do the technique, haven't we? So you can crochet with your fingers. Yeah. And actually the satin cord would be really good for that, of course, because it's got that softer finish to it.
It has, and once, you know, you can change all the, you know, I think it'd look amazing that the crochet done with the rainbow, because we see all those different colours coming through in that beautiful lacy effect.
Beautiful. Now, once again, huge numbers of people flying through to multi-buy this deal. As I say, doing my own research, I've seen that from other craft stores you can pay over £1 a metre for cord of this kind of quality, this beautiful satin cord. Sarah's nodding in agreement. She's obviously experienced that herself.
I have, unfortunately, and you know, in desperation you think I'll go somewhere else and grab some cord because I need it for a project, and got stung very badly, unfortunately.
That's not the kind of value we offer here at JewelleryMaker. Absolutely not. 60 metres of gorgeous satin cord. Here comes your price point, £7.95. Amazing opportunity, isn't it?
It is, and I just love the fact that, you know, you need lots in stock to be able to do lots of different projects, and I love to have a rainbow of colours, and I keep mine all packed in a little box so I can see all the different colours and I can make my designs in lots and lots of varieties.
There's so many different colour combinations when you're working with these different colours as well. I mean, that would look gorgeous, wouldn't it?
Oh, that looks amazing together. And then if you want to mix that with some apatite and things like that, it just, you know, is a really gorgeous combination.
I mean, this is one of my favourite colour combinations.
Well, certain tennis championship colours.
Yes, true, true. This was the colour of my parachute. When I jumped, yeah, I had an amethyst and peridot coloured parachute. I jumped out of a plane earlier on in the year. I'm doing my individual one soon. Yeah, in the summer. So I did a tandem jump. So somebody else pulled the cord and protected me from the ice in the cloud that we were jumping through. Wow. Because it's like pins and needles in your neck when you're jumping through a cloud. And the guy who's like an ex-para, I mean, he's amazing. Yeah, but yeah, in the summer I'm doing my individual one. So yeah, I'll definitely do it again. I love it. So 60 metres for $7.95. Absolutely gorgeous. There's the vibrant kind of summery colour tones there, the tangerine and the rainbow coloured. Now, it's almost as if I planned it. We're going to bring you the Paracord bundle. Now, you might be thinking, it's not just a coincidence that this is called Paracord. This is actually originally designed for parachutes. So this is the cord that they use on parachutes. I used to say that I wasn't surprised that it had that the ability to put up with 550 pounds of exertion because it managed to hold me. But I'm a much more slender figure these days, so I'm not surprised. No, I'm joking. Now we've put together this fantastic bundle. I'll say that's the original use for this, and that just makes it so strong. I mean, Mark was talking to me a couple of weeks ago about Paracord, and he was saying it's almost like we've got kind of break-off groups of Paracord, people so dedicated to creating Paracord designs that they have created their own Facebook groups.
Yes, definitely.
Yeah, there's hundreds and hundreds of different knots, people creating new Paracord knots all the time, much like you find in the other techniques, isn't it?
Definitely, and there are, you know, so many ways to find new variations, and there's lots of people out there making things like, you know, if you carry a bottle of water all the time, to create a little sort of cage to go around your bottle of water, so you can actually then string it, sort of carry it like a bag over your shoulder, so you've always got your water with you.
This is my Gems TV water bottle. This is one of our little Christmas gifts from the bosses. Look, it's got my name on it and everything.
So that's a really clever.
So I need a little.
Yeah, so you can make a little.
So I can just wear it on set. The director doesn't like that. He says it bang against my microphone. But that's a good idea. There's so many different survival techniques. I think somebody was saying there's over 200 different survival uses for this.
And you can, you know, make things like light pulls. The bottom of a light pull.
Yeah.
You can make those out of them. You can do so many different things. You know. Silly things like, you know, if you've got a pet, you might want to make your own dog lead or cat lead. Or I've got a friend of mine who's got a cat that's will go on the bus with her, but she keeps him on a lead. He'll sit on her knee. She keeps him on the lead on the bus. He's brilliant. And you know, so you've got lots of different things you can do with it. Don't just think you can make, you know, have to make bracelets out of it. I've made neckline pieces out of it. I've made it very feminine as well as very masculine, so you can really use it in lots of different ways.
Fantastic. Actually, yeah, I've seen this being used to great effect. I've actually seen some of these dog leads that people have made. I wouldn't put my Labrador on it because he'd chew through it, but if a smaller dog would be great, or just a dog who's not prone to chewing things.
Yes.
So we've got 2 of the kind of golden colour tone, 2 of the reptilian colour, that's the name that Mark and I came up with, and the blue and the purple, so that's the kind of apatite blue and amethyst purple. You get 16 feet on every single reel. This is the 4mm Paracord, so 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So you're getting 96 feet of Paracord. Is that right? Yeah. Yeah. So yeah, 96 feet of Paracord. That's going to go a very, very long way. Now, anytime I bring a Paracord bundle to air here on the morning show, they tend to fly out the door. They're so popular. I actually wear my Paracord bracelets all the time. Mark's made me 2 different Paracord bracelets. He knows how to get in my good book. There you go. These are the kind of designs that you can create. Over 90 feet of Paracord. You've got the golden tone, that reptilian colour tone, and you've got the purple and the blue. Really, really popular colours. and the amount of knotting techniques you can create with the paracord, unbelievable. We're focusing on our weaving and our knotting techniques this morning here on JewelleryMaker. Huge numbers of people already flying in for this one. It is, as always, going to be an add it to your order price for the Paracord Crazy Bundle. Here it comes, $7.95. I have to admit, I wasn't expecting that price for it, for the Paracord. This is another particular medium that if you look from other suppliers, you can pay a lot of money.
Yeah, definitely. And there's a lot of suppliers out there, but the quality can vary greatly. So beware. If it looks too good to be true, if you've seen a price, it probably is. It's probably the quality is not there. The quality on these is amazing.
Yeah.
I've had no problems using them at all. They, the outside melts how it should, so that you can splice it together and things like that. So that's all things you need to bear in mind with Paracord, because it's the way you join them together. You actually melt the outer coating of the Paracord, and some don't melt properly as well. Other brands, other places.
Absolutely, other suppliers
just you know, you just need to be wary. And also things like the central cords, some of them don't have
fray, and they don't have the same
number and things like that. So again, you know, if you're using this for a survivalist bracelet and you're going to give it to somebody who's going to go out into the wild, you need to make sure that the cord that you've given to them is going to do purpose when it gets there, if they need to use it. So again, you know, this is a brilliant price, amazing amount you can do with those 6 bundles.
Who's that on the phone lines? Ray's on the phone line. Bear's on the phone lines. We know who they are. We know who you are, Ray Mears, coming through for his family. Joking. $7.95 for over 90 feet of Paracord. This is incredible. And I'll tell you the other good thing about this, the reason it's done in feet actually is because Paracord's a bit of a craze in the States, you know.
It is. It's absolutely huge. There are loads and loads of people sort of blogging and have websites about it, and it's just an absolutely huge thing in the States. It's got really quite well established in the UK, coming through from that survivalist sort of situations and things, and then it's come through into the jewellery making. So it's just brilliant. I love it.
It's gorgeous, isn't it? I love when certain mediums have kind of gone through this evolution, and now we can have these gorgeous pieces of jewellery as a result. And actually it's quite good because it's very easy to create masculine looking designs. There's not that many items within the jewellery making world that kind of translate into masculine jewellery with such ease. We find kind of innovations that allow us to do it, but this just looks amazing.
And if you do the red and grey technique off the friendship bracelets with the Paracord, it creates a really very masculine design, very easy to wear, but quite statement as well, because it comes out quite wide. So it just really changes the look of that piece. I just love it.
Director Ollie wears his Paracord bracelet as well. He's just been telling me, so there you go.
Yeah.
Both Ollie and myself love this. $7.95 for this incredible bundle. Over 90 feet of Paracord for $7.95. Now, I'm just going to share something with the audience, because there's so many people flying through for this. I think we might even have a short queue on the phone line. Can I just ask you a question? What was all that excitement about, producer dear? Oh, something exciting's going on. The management team just rang Dion and she just got all excited. I think we're getting additional treats added to the show. If you've already got your order up and running thanks to the Paracord bundle or the Friendship Bracelet DVD, stay tuned. Something's afoot, so don't go away. Now, we focused on some of the more affordable items here, but I'm now so excited to bring you my presenter pick this morning. The launch of a premiere strand of gorgeous jadeite. Now this is a limited edition strand. It's not an easy gemstone for us to source here at JewelleryMaker. Beautiful jadeite, and it gives you that kind of beautiful apple green tone. This is a very, very historic gemstone, often associated with very kind of ancient civilizations actually. This is known as Piedra El Jada. Piedra Eljada. You like that? It translates, it's a French Latin derivation of a Spanish word that means the stone of the side. Sounds a bit weird when you think of the stone of the side. The reason for that is that ancient civilizations used to believe that if you held jadeite on your side, it could cure kidney stones, which was often, that was something that people sort of, could be fatal, you know, centuries ago, of course, because people weren't able to just have a sort of CAT scan, see where they were and blast them with radiation. It wasn't like that back in the day, was it? So this could be a fatal thing. And so often very ancient gemstones had these kind of metaphysical properties attached to them. Now, I'm not saying that jadeite can cure your kidney stones, but it's always interesting when we're looking at a gemstone that's been revered for such a long period of time, which is going back thousands and thousands of years. One of the interesting things about jadeite is that certain civilizations recognized very, very early on that this was quite a dense gemstone. Generally has about 7 on the Mohs scale. The Mohs scale is how we determine how dense a gemstone is. It goes from 1 to 10, diamond being 10, which is the hardest gemstone that we know of, hardest substance that we know of course. And so diamonds are 10, jadeite at 7 on the Mohs scale. Very, very dense gemstone. As a result, heavily used for carvings. Now, the reason we know that is because we found so many historical items, often axe heads, that have been carved, but they tend to be very, very individual. They tend to be very heavily detailed. And so the belief is that these axe heads weren't actually used as weaponry or for kind of survival uses. Rather, they were actually used as a form of currency, or, you know, gifts for the hierarchy. You know, when people, because of course, you know, when we're going back these centuries, it was much more tribalistic, much smaller communities. Really, we are all designed to live in smaller communities, around 75 to 100 people. Not really supposed to have these super cities where we're all in a rat race sort of thing, but that's just the way society's developed, isn't it? And so, you know, if you were going to go to another region, for example, you would take items with you in case you came across indigenous people. And it tended to be that, you know, cultures of old would take carved jadeite axe heads as gifts for the leaders of tribes, or, as I say, to actually trade with, to use as currency. So this has always been a revered gemstone. This is kind of one of the original forms of currency, if you like. This is a very, very interesting gemstone from a historical point of view, being Piedra Eljada. But not only that, not only is it the stone of the side, not only do people attach these mystical properties to the gemstone, have a look at the beautiful colour. For your spring designs, that gorgeous apple green tone that we associate with jadeite is something that I think most people are going to fall in love with. You cannot get away from how eclectic this gemstone is, how versatile it is. I mean, here we've got perfectly polished 8mm rounds in the gemstone, so it's perfect for so many different designs. How about setting this into, I'm looking for this, for a macrame bracelet. You only need 5 gemstones. $200 carats of the stone of the side, Piedra Eljada, 8mm polished rounds. Okay, huge numbers of people flying through. We've actually got a queue on our phone lines. Get excited, because we do not see this gemstone every day here at JewelleryMaker. We have managed to source limited numbers on this particular strand, and it is flying out the door. Anytime we are able to bring you such a historical gemstone, I would advise that you add it to your collection. You've got a 30-day money-back guarantee. So if you get this home and you think, oh, it's not perfect for the design I have in mind, you can always send it back. But I don't think we're going to get too many people returning this particular gemstone strand. The quality of the way it's been polished. The 8mm size, of course, is essential whether you're a beginner or an experienced jewellery maker. It's perfect for so many different techniques. I mean, the other great thing about it is we've just touched upon the idea of creating masculine and feminine designs. The neutrality of this, that apple green tone, will lend itself perfectly to a macrame bracelet for gents, won't it? Okay, huge numbers of people multi-buying this. Jill's got 2. John and Janet have got 4. Valerie's got 2. Deborah's got 2. I reckon. Okay, now, whenever I see John and Janet coming in, they're multi-buying. So I think they've probably got quite an established jewellery making business. That means they're selling to connoisseurs. And they know their clientele are going to love this gemstone. That goes to show you that if you're working on personal commissions, people are going to be excited when you offer them the chance to own jadeite as part of a jewellery design. The other great thing about the neutrality, of course, is that it'll work with a variety of different metallic tones. So your yellow gold, your silver, even your rose gold, this is going to work perfectly. It's ticking every single box for jewellery makers, and people are texting in to say, hold on a second, that looks like natural jadeite. That's exactly what you're looking at. 100% natural as Mother Nature intended it. 200 carats, and this morning, the exclusive launch price of under £20. $19.95, 200 carats of jadeite, aka Piedra El Jada. $19.95. Okay, we've got a queue on the phone lines. If you're coming through for this one, stay where you are. You will not be disappointed when you get this particular strand home and you see these beautiful 8mm rounds. If you've got it in your basket, you need to start checking out. Wow, so many people multi-buying it. In fact, we've had people texting in about this particular strand. Okay, Debbie's just texted in. I've just seen Debbie come up from Cheshire. It says, hi all, going to buy this strand as my daughter is called Jade and she suffers from kidney stones. Just to be clear, I'm not saying it will cure kidney stones. That is just an ancient belief, but lots of people do kind of buy into the metaphysical properties, and you know, it's still a nice sort of sentimental view of the gemstone, isn't it? It's a nice narrative to attach to a gemstone with such history, isn't it? Deborah's texted in as well to say, well, looks stunning with that malachite cabochon too, Ed. Good morning to Ed and Sarah. Thank you so much for getting involved this morning, Deborah. That was exactly
in Pennsylvania. I used to live in Pennsylvania.
Oh, did you?
Yeah, lived out there for a year. Happy memories.
Nice, there you go. It's all interlinked. This just goes to show that the universe doesn't let us down. We're all infinitely connected, guys. Oh, that's so weird because Ollie just said he used to live in the universe. We're so naughty, aren't we? Everything's interlinked, you know. That is true. Absolutely. If you grab this malachite cabochon this morning, we launched this at just $8.95 for 30 carats of malachite alongside that beautiful apple green tone. 200 carats of jadeite available right now for $19.95. I would say that's a must-have because you're only ever going to pay 1 P&P, aren't you?
Yes.
So you're paying your $2.95. If you've got your malachite cabochon heading your way, you've got your friendship bracelet DVD heading your way, you've paid your $2.95. A very, very rare and historical gemstone available right now for the launch price of $19.95. So I can't guarantee it will be available at that price tomorrow morning at 9 AM. Hopefully, our management team will honour that price, but who knows? I would definitely say today is the day to grab it. It is a limited edition strand, not a gemstone we see every day here at Jewellery Maker, but today you have the opportunity. 8mm polished rounds to add Piedra El Jada to your collection for just $19.95. Do you know what? I would put this alongside, and I just want to see how well it will go. These pastel greens. Boom, right there. Rose quartz. For those gorgeous springtime designs. Those pastel shades are a match made in heaven. The rose pinks, the apple greens. I mean, imagine if you've got some morganite, or even that strand of kunzite that I launched last week, kunzite and jadeite. Wow, because the Kunzite and the Morganite offer that same pastel pink tone. Everybody knows I'm girly when it comes to my gemstones. That's the perfect combination for me. And Mona has texted in as well, so it goes superbly with pearls. That's a nice idea, isn't it? Oh, can I say? Can I say that? Okay. One of the things that I just commented on was how excited producer Dion was when she was talking to our executive producer. Pearls coming up later in the show, brand new strand of pearls. Actually, I wonder if this would work, because I've got polished rounds of Iolite coming up in the show. Now, Iolite polished rounds, that's already bringing out the purple, the violet hues from the Iolite, isn't it?
It does.
That's coming up at around about 11 AM. Look at that. Are those slightly larger, or are they the same size? Do you know what? Yeah, they're the same size. Do you know what? I haven't got a straight eye in my head. So I can never tell.
Do you know when you have different colour tones next to each other, the eyes play tricks on you though?
Yeah.
They don't always look the same.
Yeah.
So if you've got the little gauge, I use the little plastic gauge just to double check.
Yes.
Because my eyes always play tricks on me with different tones. Darker gemstones quite often will look smaller than lighter ones.
Yeah, I know. I don't know what it is.
It's just your eyes. It's not just you.
There you go. Wow, look at that for a macrame bracelet. Jadeite, Iolite in blue and green satin cord. I would wear that every day. That'd be amazing, wouldn't it?
Or if you want to do it with your wire as well, you know, maybe
wow.
do one
into the chartreuse wire, perhaps.
Yeah, maybe do
silver.
the herringbone design. Use the 2 strands of satin, and then maybe
Like
one
that.
strand
of wire
going in there.
Through. I love that idea. That's a fantastic design. Okay, there's still people coming through for the Jadeite, limited availability. If you want to add that to your order, I would definitely advise you get it home and see it in the flesh. $19.95 is your price point for 200 carats. Piedra El Jada. Okay, I'm going to leave that one with you. We're going to move on. Where are we going to go to next then? Oh yeah, it's challenge time. So we're going to show you what we've challenged Sarah with. Have you already working on this, Sarah?
Oh, I've started, yes.
You've started, you've kicked off.
There's so much in there, I had to start because it would take me ages just to get the gemstones off the strands.
Oh, there you go. Okay, where am I going? Am I going over there? Oh, is it this? Oh, fantastic. I was eyeing this up and I was wondering when this was coming up. Do you know what? These, to me, are quite... They're almost masculine tones of a gemstone you wouldn't normally associate with masculine gemstone, really. It's shell pearl, but you've got the chocolate browns and the charcoal greys. I'm going to get it off these steps, actually. They're quite muted, aren't they, because of the frosted finish on some of them. They all look beautiful together.
They're going to work beautifully if you're into your wire work with your sort of navy blue wire and the antique bronze. They would work beautifully together, but I'm just keeping it simple.
Okay, well I'm intrigued to see what you create with this actually. So the idea here is that we're going to hand this over to designer Sarah, and she's going to provide us with some inspiration. We'll catch up with her at the end of the show to see what she's created over the last 4 hours. Do you know what? I'm just looking at these and they're quite similar to some of the earthier colour tones that we see. There might be perfect in maybe a Debbie Bulford design or a Rachel Norris piece. I'm seeing these chocolate brown shell pearls in some copper wire or antique bronze wire. Like that idea, Sarah?
Definitely. Keep on tone if you want to, or if you want to just bring in a bit of light and lift and use your silver wires in there, or
definitely
your traditional gold wire. I think they just work so beautifully together, and I think these metallics are everywhere at the moment. I was just saying before the show, I've got another top that's got lots of different colours in, but I think these would just bring out the tones from those colours. Just give you a piece that's easy to wear with it.
Well, they're quite neutral tones, aren't they?
Yeah.
With the browns and the greys. So you've got your deep grey in 10mm, your frosted grey or charcoal tone there in your 10mm as well. You've got the 10mm in your frosted chocolate brown, almost has a kind of bronze-like hue to it. Then you've got your 6mm in that same effect, which is the frosted brown. Then you've got the 10mm in the kind of metallic brown and 6mm in the metallic brown. Can't go wrong. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 individual strands of frosted shell pearl, perfect to set alongside your cultured pearls, of course, because they have that very similar effect that we associate with pearl essence, coming from this organic mineral, the nacre that we find on the shell. 6 different strands, and of course, because we've created this wholesale bundle, we can give you an incredible price. Already people coming through to multi-buy this one. It's $17.95 for 6 strands. That works out at less than £3 per strand.
Wow, what amazing value. And if you want to do any of your sort of friendship bracelet types or your macrame type things, you know, you can add gemstones onto them. And I did on one of them add some pearls along the edge of the chevron bracelet. So you can do that. I can't see it, darling. Not that one. There's a purple and...
Oh, this one. Sorry.
Yeah, that one there.
This one?
No, the one behind.
The one behind it?
That's
Sorry,
it. There you go.
Sorry.
So those are actually freshwater pearls, but you can do a similar effect with your shell pearls.
Yeah, absolutely. That would look gorgeous, wouldn't it? And actually, because they're shell pearl, they're going to offer you that organic finish, although you've got the uniformity of the rounds, haven't you? So that will add something special to your designs. Lots and lots of people taking advantage of this. We are extremely busy this morning. Mark in Oxfordshire. It's guest designer Mark texting. Oh yes, he's already texted. There you go. It says, hi Ed, Paracord party show on Monday morning. Buy your stock now to make along with us. Guest designer Mark. Never misses a trick, that man. I love him. No, he's not texting me. Who's texting you? The Paracord show is coming up on Monday. Grab the Paracord bundle while you can. He is on the phone lines right now to get hold of his shell pearl, the $17.95. That goes to show you the value, because Mark, of course, is a very successful craft fair attendee. He's put together the craft fair hints and tips DVD, doesn't he? He's probably one. Yeah, he's very, very savvy seller of his designs, and he recognises the value instantly on this one. Sarah, I'm sure you can see the value in this shell pearl for $17.95, can't you?
Definitely. This is great sort of... I'm looking at some of the tones in there and I'm thinking, you know, you may have some bridal commissions where you're going to be making maybe for the flower girls. And,
nice.
And the bride might not want to have freshwater pearls for that.
Sure.
Because with it being the younger sort of party as well. Yeah. But these are just give you all of that quality of the freshwater pearls, but in a different... To me, it's almost like just taking something and just putting it into a different medium. So it's almost like it just really just allows you to have the best of the pearl, but to have beautiful rounds and have that frosted effect as well, which to me is just amazing.
Well, everyone's a designer, you know, Sarah. Director Ollie's telling me that he likes the contemporary combination of the charcoal tones with the chocolate browns. Actually, you know, you talking there, touching on bridal parties and flower girls. How great would these look alongside the kind of light blues, the pale blues that you see for flower girls, or of course the burgundy tones that we see for bridal parties as well in the upcoming season.
Touching on the masculine side of things, if you're doing maybe buttonholes, you might just want to put a couple of these sort of charcoaly, silvery pearls into a masculine buttonhole just to add that little bit of interest. And I think they would work really quite well.
I like this as a combination potentially as well. We've got that gorgeous iolite coming up. How about that macrame bracelet? Just alternating between your iolite and your frosted grey shell pearl. That would be gorgeous.
It would work beautifully and just gives you that real sort of difference of tones, you know, having the frosting and having that beautiful gemstone next to it just really just changes it. And I love having matte and sort of shiny things together. So I just love all that sort of texture and tone, layer on layer. Works beautifully.
I mean, as I say, shell pearl's not a kind of organic mineral that you might associate with masculine jewellery design, but that, you know, macrame bracelet, I would wear that. That would look gorgeous, wouldn't it?
You know, and I always think, you know, don't look at a gemstone and say, and pigeonhole it, because depending on what you're doing with it, changes just the way it looks all the time.
Absolutely gorgeous. There you go. So it gives other gemstones a new lease of life, you might say.
Yes.
There you go. Iolite's coming up just after 11 AM, I believe. We're going to move on. We're going to fit in one more wholesale bundle before we launch our next kit. Is it a bundle, did you say? No. Oh, 21. So you said one. You can tell that I'm getting poorly now, can't you? My ears aren't working. Okay, fantastic. We've been focusing on some of the sort of weaving and braiding techniques this morning in the form of Paracord and Kumihimo. We're going to be having a look at some Sutach designs in a little bit as well. Right now we've got the Kumihimo accessory pack here. We've got all three of your metallic tones. The yellow gold plated, the rose gold plated and the silver plated items here. And these are your little charm hangers, and they also have the bell-shaped clasps in there as well, don't they? So fantastic. So these are toggle clasps, bell-shaped clasps, the little jump rings as well, all in there, and in all three of your traditional metallic tones: rose gold plated, yellow gold plated and silver plated. Now, as you know, these are all available individually on our website. But by creating a bundle, by bundling them together, we can create a wholesale deal. Lots of people, lots of very familiar names are already flying through because they know the value that producer D is able to put together. Actually, I would say she normally goes a little bit above and beyond. Basically, she throws caution to the wind, and she's about to do that right now. Already, I've probably got about 20 people placing this in their basket. We haven't even revealed the wholesale price yet. Here it comes. £9.95. That's £3.32 per pack. There you go. No wonder we got so many people multi-buying that particular deal. We've already discussed the idea of creating beautiful designs. Maybe it is your friendship bracelets that you want to put together. This allows you to create that professional finish to those kind of designs. Maybe you grab the Kumihimo bundle that I believe is now a sellout item, isn't it? The Kumihimo discs and the bobbins wheel. That was a sellout deal, so we saw nearly 100 of those fly out the door almost as soon as we put it on screen. This is the finish you need for your Kumihimo design. So everybody that got hold of that Kumihimo pack, the saving that you've made, put it towards this. All three of these for £9.95. Yellow gold, rose gold and silver plated. And Sarah's actually just brought this design over. This came from our first kit this morning, didn't it?
Yes.
And you've used these findings to create this finish on there, the rose gold as well.
That's it. It just proves that you can use them for whether you're doing macrame or whether you're doing Kumihimo or any of your multi-stranded corded designs where you need sort of to be able to hide all of those cords away and give yourself that professional finish. I've used these before where I've been using, even where I've had maybe 2 or 3 strands of wire and I just wanted those ends tucked away. I've just bound them with a little piece of 0.4 wire right at the end and then pop the ends on, and it works beautifully. Just make sure you have the right glue to be able to attach them, and you want a slow sort of a glue that dries with some elasticity in it, so a gel based glue.
Oh, sorry, my apologies. Getting poorly. Wow, so many people flying through to multi-buy this. Sandy's got 2, Ron's got 2, Marilyn's got 2, Teresa's got 2, Gillian's got 2. If you want to grab this, you do need to act with a little bit of urgency, I would say. How many of this bundle do we have available? Okay, wow. So we started with 118 of this bundle. We've got fewer than 40 remaining in stock, so 2/3 of the stock essentially has been allocated, and there's still a queue on the phone lines as well. So again, I'm expecting this to be a sellout deal. If you are placing this in your basket, you do need to check out as quickly as possible. £9.95 for all 3 metallic tones in your Kumihimo accessory packs. Yellow gold, rose gold and silver plated findings here. And lots of people still texting through regarding the friendship bracelet DVD. It is still available. It is a premiere launch this morning. You may have seen a similar image perhaps on another DVD, but this is brand new to us today. I am right in saying that, aren't I?
Yes. Yeah.
I think some people have got confused with the image, maybe similar to another DVD cover, I don't know. But yeah, we've never seen this before. It's brand new to us this morning. You can add it to your order right now for £4.95. The friendship bracelet DVD. Details of that are available at the bottom of the screen right now, so you haven't missed out, even though it has been launched now. £4.95, amazing opportunity for that friendship bracelet DVD. And if you've just got involved with the Kumihimo accessory pack and you've got your order up and running, you paid your £2.95, that will last you right up until midnight, 24 hours, midnight to midnight on your 1p&p per day. Add the Friendship Bracelets DVD if you can. We're going to move over now. We're going to have a look at our second kit of the morning, another opportunity for you to replenish all of your stocks at once, or of course get up and running with gorgeous jewellery making. And on this occasion, we're going to look at the discipline of Sutach. Very, very popular discipline, kind of ever increasing in popularity, I would say, Sutach, isn't it?
It is, and it's a very therapeutic discipline again, because it's bringing together sort of a tradition of the braiding that you would get on sort of army jackets and things like that, you know, all the braiding that you would get around the arms and on the lapels and things like that. So it brings that together into the jewellery making, and you can do lots and lots of different designs.
Well, I love that. That's the little more traditional kind of Sutach look that we've seen, haven't we?
Yes.
Gorgeous looks. Actually, a lot of these designs, we were talking this morning, weren't we, with our executive producer, very glamorous lady, Martha, and she was saying she would wear all of these designs. She fell in love with a lot of these.
And you can change the look and feel of each of the designs. So, you know, traditional Sutach is where you would sew them together and have them on their side, the cords, but I flipped it on its head a little bit on the pendant and actually put the cords flat to sort of show the different designs you can do. So if you get these cords home, don't think you can just do Sutach with them. You can actually braid with them, you can Kumihimo with them, you can sew them onto various different things and create lots of different designs. So they're very, 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 very versatile.
There you go, absolutely great. Well, we have put together everything you need to create these Sutach pieces, of course, because you've got your foundation backing here, the Beadsmith beading foundation that you need for this particular discipline. And then I love this colour combination, kind of nautical-esque really, perfect for the upcoming seasons, the spring and the summer tones, isn't it?
Yes, definitely.
With the teal, the neon blue and the white there, or the ivory kind of colour tone in your Sutach cord. And then gemstones to match. Quite organic gemstones here actually, because you've got the rutile quartz, which of course gives you that kind of unique quality, that bespoke feel that Mother Nature has been part of the design process, if you like, with the gorgeous inclusions. Then you've got your 2mm faceted rounds of Labradorite there, very, very intricate. And then I love these. These are just gorgeous, aren't they?
They are. They're just so lovely to use. You can put beads into the centre of them, you can leave them open, you can bead around them, you can wire wrap them, you can do so many different things with. And I typically would braid in and out through the centre of them, which looks beautiful.
Do you know what these remind me of? You know when you go to the Natural History Museum and they've got like the sharks' jaws?
Oh yes.
They're kind of reminiscent of that, aren't they? Because they've got that irregularity to them. It actually allows the nacre and the play of light to come through in a really beautiful way. I love that. They've really got that link to the seas, haven't they?
They have. They've got a real undulation and a real natural quality. It's almost like when you go beach combing and you find shells on the beach that may have been in the sea for a long time and they've been washed with the sea, and you find sometimes you only find like a centre part of a shell, you know, the rest of it's been washed away. It kind of reminds me of those.
Yeah, they have that organic quality. I hope that the pearlescence is going to, it's not traditional pearlescence, it's just the play of light that we get on the nacre of the shell. I hope it comes through actually, because it's almost it's quite mystical really. You've got the pinks and the greens, that it's almost like mermaid-esque, isn't it?
It is. It's really beautiful, and you know, you get drawn into each one's individual, and I think these would work beautiful with some more sort of the natural sort of tones like abalone and things like that. You can use that with those sorts of tones, would look beautiful as well.
Actually, I'll tell you what, if you grab the triple deal on the polished 2mm rounds of Labradorite, these are actually the faceted varieties,
yes.
That would look gorgeous together, wouldn't it?
They would. So you could, you know, add these into your designs and just have that sort of two different types of look, having the faceted and the smooth, just would be beautiful together.
Absolutely gorgeous. So everything you need to get up and running with the discipline of Sutach here. Of course, you could add your cabochons into the collection as well. If you grab that malachite cabochon, for example. We do have some cabochons coming up later in the show. Now, we did promise that the kit will be going under £20.
Ooh.
Now, we already established we're going under £20. And the price point, I think most people have in mind, for the gemstones, the Sutach cord, the backing of course, will be $19.95. Amazing price point, but I feel like it's my duty to point out to producer Dion, look at these blue Sutach cords, Dion.
Yeah, it's very blue, Dion.
That looks a bit blue. She's going lower. There we go. Should be $19.95. I think you don't have to twist her arm very hard, do you? $17.95. Amazing value this morning. I love that design.
I'm going to show you how to create that one.
If you are brand new to us and you're thinking, I don't understand, what on earth is the thing with them being blue? Okay, my producer Dion is obsessed with the colour blue within jewellery designs, and anytime she sees that colour, she wants to give everybody a better deal. That does tend to be the way of it, doesn't it, Sarah?
It does, and I know, I don't blame her. I mean, this kit was amazing at $19.95. I just can't believe it. It's just such an amazing price. And, you know, just the Sutach cords alone and the backing fabric can be quite, you know, sort of pricey. So, yeah, so it's a brilliant
these
deal.
are Beadsmith Sutach products, which are sort of the, you know, the Rolls Royce, if you like, of Sutach products. They're the creme de la creme. This is a brand that we work very, very closely with. They've nailed it, so we source from them.
And especially for Sutach, the quality of the Sutach cords is really, really important to get that professional look, to have that uniformity and that ease of workability with them. So this is the best of the best of the best, so, you know, it's brilliant.
There you go. Lots of people flying through for that one. As I say, $19.95, best value on the market, but there's some blue cord in there, so Dion's gone down to $17.95. Only available, of course, until 9 AM tomorrow morning, or more likely, based on the number of people coming through, while stocks last. Check out those baskets as quickly as possible. Now we're going to show you how to create that beautiful pendant design that we've been looking at. So where do we start?
Okay, so we're going to start with a piece of our foundation, and this could be any diameter that you want it to be. I've just cut this by eye. It doesn't need to be 100% square. If you want a rectangle, that's fine. It could be, you know, you could have it on a diamond, or do whatever which way you want. So cut yourself a piece of foundation. I'd say this one's about 4 centimetres square. And what I'm going to do is I've taken my beading needle, and it's a size 10 beading needle, and I've added on some of the micro Eslon cord, which comes in various different sizes. You might have seen it like this. This is the white version. I'm using black on my design, so it'll fade into the backing fabric. Okay, so I've just got a length of that with a knot on the end, and all I'm going to do is take it through the top corner of my foundation. Very, very easy to do, and then just back through. So I'm just anchoring that. So the knot is now on the back of my foundation. And what I'm going to do is to start to make this design, I've got some cut length of my Sutach cord. Now this would be great if you've got if you are a Sutacher and maybe you've got a little pot of offcuts of your Sutach cord, so you can make it in various different designs. And all I'm going to do is take that I want to say Eslon, but it's Sutach cord, and take it over the corner of my backing fabric. And all I'm going to do is sew up from the back and to take it straight back down and try to get that almost as close as possible to where I originally came up. So that's my first piece attached, and you only need to do one little stitch in there, so it's quite a quick one to be able to form. Take in the next piece and do this in various different colours, and they don't need to be right up next to each other, so leave yourself maybe a 1 to 2 millimetre gap between your cords, because actually you want to see a little of the backing fabric. I think that's quite nice to see that. When you do your stitches, try and stitch as close to the edge of your backing fabric as you can, and you'll work all the way along until you've got cords all the way along that side, and then you would flip your work and sew cords all the way along the opposite side till you end up with a piece that looks like this. So this is one I've been working on this morning. And so I've got cords all along the top and cords all along the side, and they're all sewn on. And then what you're going to do, now I did this a different way when I created it, but actually this way works a lot quicker and easier. I actually sewed the top row of cords onto my foundation before I weaved it, and actually it's probably easier to do the weave before you sew those back on. So what you're going to do is lift up all of one side and keep the ones running down as neat and tidy as possible. And then you're going to take this blue cord's going to go over, and it's a bit fiddly, but it's worth doing. Over, under that one. Get my fingers out of the way. Try so you can actually see what I'm doing. Under this one. And if you find it's not quite going where you want, just take your time. Over, so it's under the next one. Then over, and just pull your cords up as you're going, making sure that you're getting them in the right order. And this one. So you're going to do that until you've got all of your cords woven. So you can see that that's now in place, and I'm getting that weave coming along that piece. So you can see that coming along there. So what you would then do is you would then again fold these over your backing fabric and take your needle up from the bottom. Try not to stab your thumb. Yeah, up from the bottom and back down. And again, you only want one stitch in each cord. So very, very easy to do. Again, up from the back. Try and hit the centre of the cord, because it's the place of least resistance in Sutach braid, is the ditch in the middle of the two sort of channels is the place of least resistance for your needle, and also will give you a neat finish. So you can see I've sewn those on. What I would do round the back is I would, as you can see, the cords are laying quite neatly on the back. These two I've just attached. I would then come along and cut those off with my scissors. So I've got a neat back. Then what I would do is take a piece of my foundation that is slightly smaller than is on the front, and I would sew that across the back. This one's not quite the same size, but you can see the meaning. Effect, yeah. So I would sew that across the back of there. Before I do that, if you pass me that piece, I'll just show you how I attached everything onto the back here. So all of the chain and everything is sewn underneath onto the Sutach itself and the backing fabric, the first layer. So this chain is sewn on top and bottom to add that finish, and then I've covered over with another piece of foundation on the back and just sewn all the way around the edge, and that just covers all of your work up and makes a nice neat back for you. And that's really how simple that is. It takes a little time, but that's all it takes is time. It doesn't take any fancy seamstress skills or anything like that. If you can basically wield a needle and sew a button on, you can do it. You can do this. It's not that you have to be very neat and tidy. And as you can see on the front, even though I've got my stitches coming up and down, they're very difficult to see. The only ones you probably see are on the white, just there by my finger. You can see that little tiny stitch. But really, in the grand scheme of things, you don't really see them at all. So, and if you have got, you know, matching cords to go with your Sutach braid, then that's brilliant. You won't see them at all.
Fantastic. There you go. So that's the kind of effect that you can create working with your Sutach cords. We also give you the backing and the gorgeous gemstones here, all for $17.95 this morning. Absolutely incredible price point. And some people have been texting in to the show. And what's our first text? It's come in from Mark in Greater London. It says Sutach is a fantastic old art form, and you can sell the items you make for big money, as people know the time and effort that's gone into this art. That's a really interesting point, because of the intricacy involved in the design. People can, it's kind of tangible that people can see the amount of work that's gone into the piece. You don't have to work so hard to justify the price point you want to achieve. So that's a great point from Mark. Eileen Helen has texted in to say, hi Ed and Sarah, I haven't tried Sutach yet, but with Dion's fab price and my favourite seaside theme, you've tempted me yet again. There you go, love, Eileen. Fantastic. That's great, isn't it? So we've inspired somebody there.
Yeah, and you know, as I said, you know, you can make this in so many different colour tones if you want to, you know, if you've got this, and different, each time you can make the weave different as well. You don't have to just go over and under. You can skip 2 and go under the next one, skip 2 and go under the next one, and create different looks on the weave that you're creating on the top of that piece. So your creativity can go in whatever direction you want, but Sutach is such a therapeutic jewellery making way of doing things, and I just got lost. I was just sat doing this, sat in front of the TV, just quite happily sewing away, and it's just beautiful, lovely to do.
There you go. Lots of different design opportunities, I suppose, is the best way to look at it, and we are going to look at some of your designs right now as we head over to the Wall of Fame. Good morning, welcome back to the Wall of Fame. Another opportunity to have a look at some of the designs that you have been sending us in for our prize draw that takes place every Wednesday, and I am going to kick us off right now with number 230. This is coming from Lindsay in Manchester. It says, hi, this is my entry for the Wall of Fame. It's made from gold plated copper wire, gold plated findings and rainbow hematite rounds, all from JM. This is my first attempt at something using the wire gizmo tool, and I'm now hooked. Keep up with the great offers. From Lindsay in Manchester. Wow, it doesn't look like your first attempt, does it? That's fantastic.
It's beautiful.
Absolutely
I love the
gorgeous.
gizmo. It's just such a therapeutic, easy way to get your wire work to look really neat and tidy. And the tool does it all for you. It's brilliant. I love it.
Lindsay, number 230.
And I've got 228. And this is from Wendy, and she's in Hyde. It says, hi all at JewelleryMaker. Here's a few. Here's one of my recent makes. Valentine make with a multi-strand charm bracelet with love stamped in it, and I've included a blue magnesite heart on the extender chain. Most items from JewelleryMaker. You cannot beat the quality. Yet again, hoping for a win, as I really could do with some good luck. Loving the inspiration and the cheeky prices. Good luck to everybody. In brackets, honest. And that's from Wendy, and she's in Hyde. Wendy, that's beautiful. I love that. I love the charms. They're great, aren't they? Fantastic. And that's going to sound amazing when it's worn. It's just going to have all that sort of little sort of jingling sound when you wear it. I love that.
That's fantastic. Okay, this is a beautiful wire work piece. Number 231. This has come in from Pauline in Cheshire. It says, hi to all at JM and my fellow waffers. Saw Laura Beading do this on her DI on the 2nd of February and loved it, so I had to give it a go. It's far from perfect, as I've not done anything quite like this before, but think could do similar now with a little more confidence. Thanks for the design, Laura, and look forward to seeing more. Good luck to all in the draw. That's from Pauline. You are number 231. This is a great way to look at jewellery making. Of course, you've got to experiment, you've got to put yourself out there. The more you experiment, the more experienced you'll become, and the better your designs will improve, I suppose. Laura coming up tomorrow at 1 PM with some wire work inspiration, so good luck in the draw.
It is always worth pushing yourself into that sort of slightly uncomfortable zone to get the results. It's brilliant. This is 229, and this is from Morag. She says, hi JewelleryMaker, this is my entry this week. My first attempt at a tree of life. All components are from JewelleryMaker. Good luck to everyone, but I would love to have a win, and that's best wishes from Morag. That's great, isn't it, for a first attempt?
Gorgeous.
Amazing. Again, pushing yourself into that slightly uncomfortable zone and just trying something new, and that's just amazing. Tree
of life, can't go wrong. Love this. Definitely can't go wrong with these icy blues and the silver tones here. This has oh wow, just read something. Hi all, a little bracelet I made as a gift for someone using the very delicate little tanzanite rondelles and beads, all from JM. The colour is so pretty. That has come in from Brid Carson. Number 232, tanzanite bracelet. Wow.
Can't go wrong, can you? That
absolutely not.
That is a piece of jewellery for life, and it's going to be treasured and worn. Oh, beautiful.
That's beautiful. You are number 232. Good luck in the prize draw, Brid, and we are now going to move on. In fact, we're going to go to a quick break, but when we return we will be launching this premier strand of gorgeous Iolite round, polished 8mm rounds of gorgeous Iolite Oh wow, look at that. There's beautiful violet tones coming through there. That is coming up in just a couple of minutes' time. We're going to go to a quick break. We'll see you in 2.
The fastest way to shop with Jewellery Maker is by going to our website. Just click on the sign up button. Once you've filled in the required details, you can start shopping. You can watch the show by clicking the Watch Live button on the front page. You can also use our Refine tool and narrow down your search. Once you've found an item that you like, just simply click on the Buy Now button and the item will be added to your basket. Don't forget you can add as many items to your basket per day and still only pay 1 P&P. Enjoy shopping with Jewellery Maker.
Jewellery Maker ships to the following countries. We offer 2 delivery services, standard and premium. So wherever you are in the world, Jewellery Maker are never far away.
Get involved with Jewellery Maker by sending the studio a message during our live hours. You can send a text to 60777 and start your message with JM Studio, or alternatively, go to our website and click on Watch the Live Show, simply type your message into the box and press send. Make sure you stay tuned in case your message is read out. Get interactive with Jewellery Maker.
Owning a strand of genuine gemstones is always exciting, but being able to use it in your handcrafted jewellery, then passing it on to its new owner with proof of its authenticity is even more incredible. Why not add one of our printed authenticity cards to your order for just 50p and share that same feeling with your customers? You can also access online authenticity certificates for items you have previously ordered by looking at your order history on your account details. The certificate gives you valuable information about your purchase and is your guarantee of quality and peace of mind from the Genuine Gemstone Company.
Welcome back to Jewellery Maker. Time now for another extremely prestigious launch here on Jewellery Maker. Another natural gemstone coming to you in the form of 150 carats of beautiful iolite. The word iolite derives from the ancient Greek word for violet flower, and when we look at the gemstone, it is actually a pleochroic gemstone, and so we expect to see different colour tones depending on what angle we look at the gemstone. So we're going to see the kind of bluish violet tones from one angle, we expect to see golden brownish tones from the other, and this gemstone is such high quality. You're getting all of that beautiful optical phenomenon coming through. It's actually more evident, I think, in the polished rounds. 8mm in size, again perfect for classic beading designs, macrame, and virtually every other discipline going within jewellery making. Polished rounds of gorgeous Iolite. I mean, look at the depth of colour there. So as I say, when you're looking at it from one angle, you're getting those kind of violet tones, almost ranging up to navy blue hues with the depth of colour. But then as I turn the gemstone in the light, you start to see more of those kind of golden hues coming through as well, the brownish tones. Absolutely gorgeous. That's such high quality iolite, isn't it? Now, iolite's a gemstone that we've always been quite successful in sourcing here at JewelleryMaker. Yeah, actually, you can see the golden tones coming through there and the natural banding of the gemstone. Beautiful. Now, as I say, we've been quite successful in the past at sourcing iolite. Sometimes we've looked at, you know, quite considered price points for this as a gemstone. I know that I've launched certain strands at sort of £30, for example, of iolite. But thanks to the buying power that we now have here at JewelleryMaker, that's all thanks to you and your loyal customer over the last 4.5, 5 years, we are now able to source gemstones at very, very competitive prices. We've got buying offices all over the world, and they help us to kind of cut out the middlemen and bring you top quality gemstones, recognisable in the industry, used by, you know, some of the more elite jewellery designers in the world, such as Iolite, and we can bring them to you at rock bottom prices. We are going to give you an exclusive launch price. I mean, I've already got people coming through on the free phone number to multi-buy this strand. Congratulations, and you've got 3 of these. Another buyer's got 3 of these as well. Justin, you've got 2 of these. Amazing. There's so many people confirming their purchase and grabbing more than one strand, and it might be to do with the rich colour saturation, those gorgeous violet hues. It might be, I mean, they're almost tanzanite blues, aren't they, that we're getting on this strand of iolite? Amazing colour tone. It might also be to do with that cut, that polish, those 8mm polished rounds, so versatile for so many different designers. Eleanor in L'Exemplaire, you're involved as well. I met Eleanor only 2 days ago. She's from Barcelona. She flew over here for back-to-back workshops. So she did Gemma's vintage workshop one day, and then she did Angela Edwards' business workshop yesterday. So now Eleanor already knows how to make very profitable jewellery because Angela Edwards has taught her how, and she's straight on the phone lines to grab her iolite. So there you go. Indicative of how profitable this gemstone might be. Actually, bearing in mind you've got that very, very popular colour tone. It's somewhere between a blue and a purple, almost like tanzanite is. You've got that on the iolite, haven't you? And given that you've got 8mm rounds, I'm just thinking earrings, cufflink designs, if you do want to make really sort of profitable jewellery. 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12, 14, 16, 18, 20, 22, 24, 26, 28, 30, 32, 34, 36, 38, 40, 42, 44, 46, 48, 50 individual gemstones. Now that is a guesstimation. What you are guaranteed to get is 150 carats. So, you know, you might find you get 48, you might find you get 52. But that means that you could get 25 pairs of beautiful earrings from this one strand. Even if you did want to offer your customers a really affordable piece at pocket money prices of, say, £5 a pair, I would probably suggest you use silver plated findings rather than your sterling silver if you're going to go that low. So silver plated findings, you only need 2 shepherd hooks, a couple of head pins. There you go. And you're away. £5 a pair. I'll tell you, you're going to make profit from this number of gemstones. Oh, my apologies. Be careful, Edward. So you've got that many gemstones to make profit. You still made a profit off that amount. This is how many you're left with. A lot of gemstones, a lot of bang for your buck here on top quality iolite. The kind of colour saturation that we would associate with iolite that's being set into maybe sterling silver, maybe 9-carat gold. I, in the past, worked for our sister channel, Gems TV, offering luxury jewellery designs, and I've seen iolite set into 9-carat gold selling for, you know, almost 3-figure sums. So I know that iolite is sought after with jewellery collectors. But I don't think I ever brought any designs that featured 150 carats. Actually, 8mm polished rounds, how about just some pearls interspersed in between? I mean, what you might like is like teal coloured pearls. It's almost as though they've appeared by magic, isn't it? What about that for a combination? Teal pearls, an addition to today's show. We didn't know about that. They're coming up a little bit later on. About midday, we're going to bring you those teal pearls. But what about that for a combination? Okay, huge numbers of people flying through for the Iolite. I'm not surprised. As I said, we are going to give you an incredible deal this morning, an exclusive launch price, and here it comes, $12.95 for 150 carats of beautiful Iolite. That is incredible, isn't it? I mean, as I say, we know that at the moment within the industry we are having problems with sourcing, you know, jewellery quality tanzanite. I think that industry experts are starting to turn their attention to other blue gemstones to kind of fill the void. You know, the likes of kyanite and iolite might start to have this more established place within the luxury jewellery market as a result. You know, if we run out of tanzanite, if we can't get luxury quality tanzanite into our designs, we might start to see more kyanite or iolite being used to fill the void. You can grab 150 carats in 8mm polished rounds for just $12.95 right now. Top quality iolite, but essentially what I would describe as wholesale prices, because we go so close to source, because we've been dealing with our gemstone suppliers for so long. That allows us to negotiate the best prices on the market. We pass those savings on to you. That's what we're all about here at JewelleryMaker, giving you the means to make your own dreams. $12.95 for 150 carats of iolite. I've got huge numbers of people now placing this in their baskets. You do need to be checking out. If you're new to us, don't run the risk of leaving it sitting in your basket assuming that it will be added to your order. You need to check out. That's when it's a confirmed purchase, once you've checked out. Apologies if you're actually, you know, bored of me saying that, because I know it can sound a little bit repetitive, but we get so many new buyers every day here at JewelleryMaker. We see the way this hobby expands on a regular basis, and so I just want to make it clear to everyone that by placing it in your basket, you do need to check out to make sure you're going to get 150 carats for less than $12.95. We always knew this gemstone was coming up today, but it's only just dawned on producer Dion. This is blue. Start dialing the free phone number. We are going to give you an exclusive launch price. It will only be available at this price till 9 AM tomorrow morning. Should be $12.95. We've just taken it under £10 for 150 carats. I said that you'd be able to make profit from this many gemstones at the original price point. How about from this many gemstones you can make a profit? And you know, I know that there's so many jewellery designers out there who are a little bit standoffish about some of the larger price points we refer to. I mean, when we do talk about people achieving sort of three-figure sums for their jewellery designs, it is based on the quality of the gemstones they're working with, but I know that there is a certain regionality involved in the prices you can achieve, or depends on the location, depends on the clientele. Surely people aren't telling me that they can't sell top quality iolite for £5. That's ridiculous. That is ridiculous. There you go. Look, guest designer Mark straight back on the phone lines now that these are down at $9.95. Only available at that price till 9 AM tomorrow morning. Don't forget, we've got those gorgeous pearls coming up in a little bit of probably about, what, half an hour or so we'll be able to bring you these pearls. I mean, that as a combination is gorgeous, isn't it, Sarah?
It is. It's beautiful. And I'm just thinking also using some of the matte shell pearls from the bundle that I've got for my challenge as well. I think that those three together, wow, just, you've got everything going on there. You've got, you know, light and dark, and then you've got the beautiful tones coming through from the iolite as well. I just think it's just beautiful.
That is actually amazing, because I'm just thinking 3-strand weave. You don't actually have to do any work here. All you need is one of those little connector pieces, your beading thread, beautiful silver clasp. Job's done for you.
You can even make your own 3-strand connectors just from a little piece of wire, or even an eye pin or a head pin.
3 little loops. Yeah. You're laughing. Even I can do that, I reckon. Oh, actually, I know somebody who will be calling me out on that tomorrow when I'm on a wirework show, and that is Lorraine. She'll be straight on the phone lines to say, right, well, I was watching yesterday morning, Ed, when you said you could create something using wire. Get on with it. Lorraine's just texted in to say, wow, stunning Iolite, crazy price. Sarah, fab design stores. Ed, thank you for dedicating your demo with Lady B on polymer DI the other day to me. This is because Lorraine is encouraging me to try more techniques so that I, in turn, will promote these disciplines to newbies. So it's a good idea from Lorraine. And it says, have you had a go at Kumihimo at home yet, hun? She's not going to get off my back here, is she? Sarah, brilliant teacher, and you're a natural.
Oh, thank you.
There you go. Okay, Lorraine, just for you, me and Sarah are going to have a talk after the show, okay? It's just for Lorraine. It's all about Lorraine at the moment. Mark's just texted in to say, I'm going to use my highlight with the aquamarine from the mid-show on Monday. Perfect. Mark, okay, well, I had top quality aquamarine on the show the other day. Perfect rounds. Quite a considered price point, maybe to some, given that it was $59.95, but the quality of this aquamarine was out of this world. Similar actually to the kind of colour saturation that we see here on the Iolite. Iolite, aquamarine, alternating. Job's done for you by the Gemstone again, Mark. Fantastic.
Yeah, just the Iolite has so many tones. I love using Iolite with Amethyst as well, because it's got those purple tones just pop straight back out. Yes, the Iolite as
absolutely.
Well. So,
do you like purple then, Sarah?
Yes.
This is an in-joke between Sarah and I because it's her favourite colour. And you do like to work with that, but you know, everybody loves a bit of amethyst. You're actually doing yourself a disservice if you don't have amethyst in your collection, aren't you?
Yeah, I mean, and Iolite is an absolute wonder with the purples, with the blues, with the green tones. It just works so well. And also, you know, you can take it on lots of different ways. You know, I put a little bit of citrine in there as well, and maybe just, you know, give it that lift and light as well.
Nice idea, yeah.
So you can do all sorts of different things with it, and I just think it's such a versatile tone because you've got the purples and the blues coming together. It's just very, very easy to work with.
There you go. In fact, Jennifer's just made a great point. We were talking earlier about the kind of history and traditions associated with certain gemstones. Of course, Iolite heavily associated with the Vikings. And she says that she's bought this for her friend. She's Norwegian, and there's the Viking connection there, and she thinks she'll love it. She will definitely love this. This is some of the best quality Iolite I've ever seen, and that price point is totally ridiculous. In fact, my producer's saying, I think we should maybe get this price point off screen before anybody notices what we've done. She says, in fact, yeah, quickly. Okay, if you've got it in your basket, start checking out. If you're coming through on the free phone number, it is still available for $9.95. Bernadette texting to say, thanks. I was just going out for a walk and saw the beautiful Iolite. Got mine. Great. There you go. Stay tuned till 1 PM. We've got more deals to come. We've got those beautiful teal pearls to launch after midday, so grab that Iolite while you can. I expect that to be a sellout deal today now. Now, the other thing that I have coming up this morning, I did let everybody know about this. If you follow me on Facebook or Twitter, I did show you an image of this chain collection. This is all silver plated chain, but it's about the variations in the shapes on the links on each of these lens. So floral shapes, kind of star-like shapes, and then your classic oval-like links with that rope effect detailing, if you like. So you've got 4 lengths of chain here, but they are statement style links on the chains, aren't they? Absolutely gorgeous.
I love using these just for a little detail either side of the neckline.
Absolutely. So you don't need to use as much because it's got that higher impact, if you like.
Sometimes I only use 1 or 2 links. That's
right,
it.
okay.
And just then move on with a little bit more beading, or it's just beautiful.
But it adds that little attention to detail, doesn't it?
Oh yeah, definitely.
Fantastic. So you've got 4 lengths of chain. It's coming up very, very soon. Before midday, we're going to launch the opportunity to add those chains to your order as well. 1 P&P per day, don't forget, guys. So nothing to worry about here at JewelleryMaker. We're going to move on now. And we're now going to bring you the Clasp collection. Now this is, again, perfect for anybody involved in the braiding, weaving, knotting techniques, I suppose. These are your silver plated hook clasps. You've got the 3.2mm, and you get 2 packs of those, so that means you get 6 of the 3.2mm, and then you've got the larger 6.2mm and you get 3 of those. So again, by bundling them together, we are going to create a wholesale opportunity. The clasp collection, there's everything you get. 6 of the smaller 3.2 silver plated S hooks, and 3 of the larger 6mm little hook clasps. It's fantastic, isn't it, Sarah?
They're brilliant. I did a piece last night on the Designer Inspiration Show where I used these actually to connect some small pieces of Kumihimo into a neckline piece.
Right.
And they actually then worked as the clasp as well. So they were around the front of the neckline, so they just worked beautifully.
So anybody that grabbed the Kumihimo bundle, start dialing that free phone number as quickly as possible. Once again, I'm afraid we are a little bit limited in availability. We don't want to limit anybody, but this is a wholesale bundle. Take advantage while you can. This fantastic clasp collection available right now at a wholesale price point. Here it comes, $8.95. The silver plated S-hook clasps. Absolutely gorgeous. So you get 6 of the smaller 3.2mm and 3 of the larger 6.2mm. That sounded a bit confusing, didn't it? I'll say that again. 6 of the 3.2mm, 3 of the 6.2mm. So that works out at less than £1 per silver plated clasp, doesn't it? You've got 9 clasps, it's $8.95.
Wow, that's an amazing deal.
There you go. We just started thinking about how the value equates to you as a jewellery designer there. That's an amazing deal. Silver plated hook clasps for less than £1 a piece. $8.95. Lots of people. I think by saying that, other people have realised the value there. The phone line's just erupted. It is a free phone number here at JewelleryMaker, so don't panic if you come through to a short queue. Once again, if you're placing these items in your baskets, please do check out, because I don't want you to miss out on the deal. Congratulations to everybody who is grabbing that, particularly people who got the Kumihimo deal earlier on, or even, I suppose, if you've grabbed your friendship bracelet DVD, this would be a fantastic way to create a finish on those designs, wouldn't it?
Definitely, yeah. It really will allow you to sort of have that lovely ease of wear as well, because these are really easy to put on and off. So if you have any issues with bracelets, it's really easy to put these on and off. So, and it just hides all those ends for you and just gives it that really professional high-end finish.
Yeah. And, you know, I don't think that we're detracting from the techniques by saying friendship bracelets can sometimes be construed as kind of more craft work than jewellery designs. This gives it that elevation, doesn't it? The silver-plated clasps.
It does, indeed.
Okay, lots of people grabbing that. If you were thinking, hold on a second, that's a premiere DVD I've never heard of before. It was launched earlier on this morning, and details are available at the bottom of your screen. It is just $4.95 for roughly an hour's worth of tutorage. The friendship bracelet designs, there you go, and it is just $4.95. Details available right now at the bottom of your screen. The silver plated hook clasp right now, less than £1 a clasp, $8.95. Huge numbers of people coming through for that one. Congratulations if you are. Cherry, you've got 2. Corin's got 2. Paula's got 2. Anonymous Buyer's getting 2 there as well. I know what you're up to. Don't want anybody, you don't want me shouting out your name, that's fine. $8.95, 1 P&P per day. We are now going to give you the opportunity to add the chain collection to your order. Now, this is a premiere launch. I actually, again, did kind of tweet about this yesterday, and I did have a lot of people telling me that they are going to be on the phone lines for this one. Silver plated chain, but it's about the shapes of the links. These little fancy, well, not little, large fancy links on the silver plated chain. This is going to attract a lot of attention. We only have a limited number available. Now, I'm just going to grab this for a second, because I'm thinking, yeah, they're ½ metre lengths. You've got a ½ metre length of each silver plated chain here, so 2 metres in total. Silver plated finish, gorgeous detailing, beautiful shapes. I mean, you could use these almost as kind of bezel settings for your resin or your polymer, for example, couldn't you? If you wanted to use them for that kind of effect. I'm just thinking, they're so high end that you just want to be quite sparing with these and use them as detailing within the designs.
So you can just, even if you want to put one sort of little drop of maybe 2 or 3 of the links just at the front of a neckline piece.
Asymmetrical look, which is so on trend, isn't it?
That's it. So you can just do lots of little pieces of interest with them instead of having them all the way around the neckline. Just maybe have little sections in the neckline.
Love that.
Use them to be an easy clasping area if you've got those clasps from the Kumihimo ends. They're really easy to clasp onto as well, to give you a nice easy place to hold your clasp. I like using these maybe to make bag charms as well, because they're quite light as well, so you can do that.
I mean, they're just designer-esque, aren't they, for me? They're the kind of items that you would see in kind of high street or fashion designs, but also being associated with, you know, more high-end jewellery design as well. So they're kind of ticking a lot of different boxes here. They're adding value to your pieces as a result. You've got the kind of four-leaf clover effect, if you like, the rope effect oval links, you've got the star-shaped links, and then you've got this kind of floral effect. That's about fair. 1/2 metre on each length of chain. Look at the finish on these chains. The plating, the silver plating is so gorgeous. In fact, Sissy, over the pond in Texas, I've already seen Sissy grabbing some of the deals this morning. Has just texted in to say, I would take the flower shapes apart and make earrings using a gemstone dangling in the middle. Fantastic idea. So just take these individually, add them to jump rings and suspend a gemstone in the centre.
Yeah.
What a great idea. There you go. If you've got any top tips or design inspiration that you want to share with the community, don't hesitate to text in. The number is 60777. Start your text with the phrase Gem Studio. If you're shopping online, which I can see huge numbers of people are, then you can use the web text box. If you want to add this to your order, you do need to be getting involved very, very quickly. Already people flying in for this deal. I'm not surprised. We are quite successful in sourcing chain designs, but we don't see things with this level of character as often as we'd like. I think that's fair to say, isn't it? Wow, people are flying in for this one. In fact, Deanne's just grabbed 3 of these. That means you've got 6 meters of silver plated chain heading your way. I told you, we're never going to limit anybody to one individual item. We want to be your one-stop shop for all your jewellery making needs. We want to be seen as your wholesaler. If you want to multi-buy, get involved as quickly as possible. I expect to see this flying out the door. People are already grabbing 2s and 3s of this. If you've got it in your basket, start checking out. If you're entering a short queue on the free phone number, don't panic. We'll be with you very, very soon. But once again, a limited edition deal for us this morning here on Jewellery Maker and an incredible price point. $17.95 for 4 half-metre lengths of silver-plated chain. Again, the actual metalwork is doing all the work for you. In fact, can you imagine potentially just one of your little jadeite suspended inside your silver-plated chain? That'd be a gorgeous pair of earrings, wouldn't it? Don't you think?
They're wonderful.
Jadeite earrings there, suspend one of your jadeites in there. Or how about your iolites? Iolite would look so gorgeous with the silver, because then that depth of colour, those tanzanite blues will start to come through against the shimmer of that silver plating there. That is fantastic, isn't it? Okay. Now, as I say, very, very busy this morning. Lots of people coming through on the free phone number. Lots of people placing this in their basket. Probably 15, 20 people with this in their basket, yet to confirm. If you want to add this to your order, you do need to start those confirmations, because we are seeing a huge number of people coming through on the free phone number now. $17.95 for 4 half-metre lengths of silver-plated chain. Gorgeous shapes as well. If you imagine again the amount of work that's gone in to actually creating all these individual links. Multi-buyers left, right and centre. Congratulations, Karen, you've got 2 of these. There's a bit of deliberation going on. We know she's going to do it. Here comes your P&P back in your pocket till 9 AM tomorrow morning, and that's why I went a little bit quiet there. She's saying, I wonder whether I should. We know she's going to do it. She never lets us down, producer Dion. Until 9 AM tomorrow morning, congratulations to everybody who's been multi-buying this. We've just taken this down to $14.95. Sissy, you confirmed at $17.95. Don't panic if you already came through on the phone lines or you'd already confirmed your purchase. Everyone will now pay the same final low price of $14.95. In fact, Sissy's just texted in to say, got mine to go with the Iolite I just bought. There you go. So Sissy gave us that inspirational design of creating those earrings from 2 of the links, and she's going to suspend the Iolite in the centre of those. Beautiful. Lorraine texts in as well, pendants and ring shanks to wire wrap. Fab show as always. Ed, lots of brilliant Kumihimo deals to get you started. Tell you what, Lorraine, it's like Lorraine is
I think
selling
I'm
to
gonna
me
have
as opposed to the other way around.
Going to have to leave you a disc, aren't I, Ed? So you can get started.
I think leave me with more than one in case I want to try different materials. Ooh. You see, I'm already optimistic. This could be the discipline for me, Sarah. There you go. I'm taking up Kumihimo. It's happened. $14.95 right now for 4 half-metre lengths of silver-plated chain. Again, this is doing all the work for you. We're going to leave that one with you. Grab it at the official launch price of $14.95 tomorrow morning. Will that even be available? Is it a bundle, or is it a product that will go back up to $17.95? Okay, that will be available as an individual item if there's any stock remaining, but it'll be $17.95 tomorrow morning. So grab it right now for $14.95. We're going to move on, and once again, we're going to bring you some of our fantastic clasps. This time, some of our toggle clasps. Now, I'm just looking at this design from the friendship bracelet piece, and this is featuring one of the toggle clasps. This is quite a sort of heavy-duty toggle clasp, if you like, but it just goes to show the kind of finish that you can create on your bracelet designs if you grab that friendship bracelet DVD this morning. Here we've got the gold-plated toggle clasp and the silver-plated toggle clasps, and you get 3 of each in both packs. So you've got the actual clasp endings, the cord ends, where you can place your endings into that, and it gives you that professional finish. They're 6.2 millimeters in size, and you get the toggle, the T-bar finish as well, of course, perfect for creating a professional look to your friendship bracelets. Well, any of those kind of weaving or knotting pieces. Okay, once again, we've bundled them together, and we're going to give you a wholesale deal. We're not letting you down this morning. Add it to your order prices all day long here at JewelleryMaker. $7.95. These are silver and gold plated findings, and they're available right now for $7.95. That is amazing. Under £10 for silver plated and gold plated precious metals being used there to provide you with the finish on your findings. That's going to elevate your designs onto that next level, allow you to create that professional finish, and yet we give you an add it to your order price of just $7.95. Absolutely unbelievable. Don't panic, by the way, if you were still on the phone lines for those chains. They are still available. Details are available at the bottom of the screen. We've taken it down from $17.95 to $14.95, only till 9 AM tomorrow morning. $7.95 is your price point for your toggle clasp. We've seen some amazing deals for your cords and your findings this morning, haven't we?
That's it. And this, you know, they're hard to find unusual cord endings, and these are beautiful. They're just so different. So it's just a really nice way to be able to find something a little bit more unique to finish your pieces off with.
There you go. Perfect. Gives you that professional finish. Grab them while you can. Just $7.95. Don't forget, silver and gold plating on these toggle clasps. Some people, you know, are more sort of interested in the finish before they start to really investigate the aesthetic of the piece, aren't they, Sarah, when they're buying?
That's it. Sometimes people just want to look at the clasp and see if, you know, if it fits what they're sort of looking for in a piece of jewellery, and that clasp might be the sale breaker for you. It might be the piece that, you know, that makes them want to take that piece of jewellery home. And no matter how beautiful your piece of jewellery is, if the finish isn't there, then that's it. It could be just, you know,
it
could just be the difference, especially if you are selling on your pieces of jewellery. You want that finish to be professional, you want it to be high-end, long-lasting, and, you know, decorative as well, which these are doing all of that for you.
Perfect. There you go. $7.95, your wholesale price point on these gorgeous clasps. We are going to move over and have a look what Sarah's been creating on our final kit of the morning. And this one, for all the Sutach designers, features a large number of cabochons, I have to say. So if you want to stock up on your cabochons, again, I don't think I can guarantee how many you're going to get. It will be based on the carat weight, but I have to say the banding on these cabochons is spectacular. Neutral colour tones ranging from the blacks to the coffee tones to the whites. Let's check out. That was a Freudian slip, wasn't it? Because I was trying to get my producer.
Oh, trying to get her to go even more.
It wasn't really. I'm just not feeling very well. There you go. Look at the banding on these cabochons. It's exceptional, isn't it? Once again, Mother Nature's fingerprint on every single gemstone. I did just hear that director Ollie. He just said, "Did you hear what producer Dion just said?" I just heard the price point in my ear. Start dialing the free phone number. Do you reckon? Hold on a second. Sarah, look pretty for a minute. Hold on a second. I'm out of it. Hold on. Let's have a little discussion about this. Are you sure about this?
I'm very sure.
You're very sure?
I'm not very sure, but it's happened now.
Oh, it's up. Oh, right. It's people on the web can see it.
People on the web can see that. So enjoy.
Oh dear. Okay. Well, in that case, I better give the phone buyers a chance to buy this. Sarah, I think Dion's finally lost the plot.
She finally lost it.
Web buyers, you can already see the price she's giving you. You'd expect to pay this price for the carat weight of cabochons that we've got here. Over 700 carats on the cabochons alone. We are going to give you silver-plated findings. There you go, 118 pieces. Metre of chain, your featherweight head pins. Oh, little floral head pins as well. Yeah. That's before I mention the fact you've got all of this cord. Now, beforehand, we were looking at some of the cord, weren't we? And you were saying you can pay sort of over £20 for cord elsewhere. Yeah,
I mean, once you sort of... It's almost like you're looking sometimes for 5 metres is sort of anything up to sort of £3 I've seen.
Really?
For 5 metres of cord. And that, I was looking online. It was at one of these larger sort of craft places. But I was online and looking, and it didn't say what it was made out of, what the diameter was. All it said was 5 metres and that it was black. That was it.
Well, we've got all of the details available. All of our web buyers are flying in. I'm going to have to let everybody know. We're going to take this to £15. It's the kind of price point you would associate with... Actually, I wouldn't even expect to pay that for 3 strands of gemstones, let alone 700 carats.
So if I put
of beautiful cabochons.
That on there, okay, on the overhead, for £15.
Yeah, you can imagine paying that from certain suppliers, can't you?
If you were lucky, you might get an extra little one thrown in for that price, but that's the sort of...
Over 700 carats on this collection. Now this is just this collection. You've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. I don't know how many you're going to get. We had over 100 of this kit, but you can see how quickly they're flying out. Yeah, so that means that you're working out at just over £1 per cabochon if you were to get this exact kit. Look how quickly they're flying out the door. Let's get that price on screen. Here we go. $19.95 was the price. We've just taken it down to $14.95 this morning. And not only do you get those cabochons, you've got your silver-plated findings. So you've got everything you need to give it that professional finish. You've got your shepherd hooks, your toggle clasps, your jump rings, your crimp bead covers, your spacer beads, absolutely everything you could need. Ribbon cord endings as well in there.
Yes.
Oh, that's nice. Little innovation there, using the organza bag within the design. I like that.
I try to set them all apart from one. I have set with just what comes in the kit. So it proves that you can, if you're not a wire worker and you want to do things differently, I've set everything apart from one, that last one piece that's got some twisted wire on it, everything that comes in the kit. So it proves that you don't have to have additional things to be able to set these and to be able to work with them.
Absolutely. This kit's going to be a sell-out deal. Get involved as quickly as possible. Which of our designs are we going to demonstrate?
We're going to do this one here.
Oh.
Yeah.
My parachute colours.
Your parachute, yeah. Okay, so to do this, I just thought it worked beautifully with this little teardrop piece, but I mean, I'm still working from the cabochons in my collection. I'm still,
still got some left.
These are mine. These are still the ones I have left. So it proves that, you know, you've got so much in there, and you've got lots of different sizes. But also, what I did like was I had sort of 3 that are almost identical. So if you wanted to make a piece where you had those running around a neckline, if you were doing wire work, you could have those 3 identical ones to make a neckline piece. But that's
I just thought, you've got 50 metres of cord in this. We've just taken £5 off the price. Friendship bracelet DVD, $4.95.
That's
the
it.
perfect addition to your order. Make the most of your 1p&p per day. Details available, bottom of the screen for the friendship bracelet DVD.
Okay. So in this piece I thought, how am I going to set my cabochon without using wire? Because I didn't want to start bringing lots of different components into the kit, because that's the idea of a kit, is to show you how you can use it without bringing all those different components in. Okay. So actually what I've used to set this cabochon is 2 pieces of the suedette, which I've made little brackets from.
Ah, that's interesting.
So I've made these little pieces that I will use to set the cabochon on. So I'm going to show you how to make that and how to actually attach it to your cabochon, and if we get time I'll show you how to do the neckline piece as well. So what you need to start off with is a piece of your suedette, and it has a short edge and a sort of longer edge, if you like, of the suedette, and you want to be working on that longer edge. Now you do need for this some fast drying glue.
Okay.
Of various varieties are out there. I use huge big bottles because I use it quite a lot for various different things. Okay. But if you've got a little tube of this, it's absolutely fine. And I do believe at some point we had it on the website. I don't know if it's still there, the fast drying glue. So what you're going to do is onto your suedette, you're just going to add a little bit, and you'll see it changes colour when you do that. And then what you're going to do is with your finger and thumb, try not to glue yourself to the suedette, is to roll that into a little spiral. Now if I get my fingers and thumb out of the way, you'll be able to see that I've got a little tiny spiral forming in the centre there. Now you may find that's the hardest bit to form, is to get that little spiral to form. And you just need to hold it for a second while that just sets, and the warmth of your hand will help, but just make sure you don't glue yourself to it. I have done that before.
Probably a good idea.
Yeah, and then what you're going to do is just hold, and I would work on something you're not precious about as well. I work on an old, when I'm doing things like this, an old wooden chopping board. I'm absolutely not precious about it. I do all sorts of various things work-wise on it. And then all you're going to do is take that spiral and try not to glue yourself to it, roll it up into a little, like a little snail. So you're going to get to a point where you're happy. And with the other one, just try and make sure you get the same sort of number of spirals. It is going to be on the back of your work, so if it's not perfect, you're not going to see. The only bit you're going to see is this little loop out here. Okay. So once you've got a happy spiral that you're happy with, you need to be able to then create that loop coming back. So I haven't got it quite as big as that one, but I'll show you how to get the loop coming back. What you're going to do is on the outside here, again, pop a little of your glue, like so. Fold back that suedette into the loop you're happy with, and again, just hold that there for a second so that it sets, and again you'd carry on and you'd glue right round until you've got the spiral coming back to the bottom of the loop, so you'd have a piece that looks like this one.
Perfect. Okay,
and then to attach that onto the back of the cabochon, and this works beautifully with these cabochons because it's got such flat backs, and I would always play around and see where I wanted that to sit on my cabochon. So these are quite large spirals. If you've got a smaller cabochon, you can do something a little bit smaller, and you can set them lengthways or widthways. And I put my glue on my cabochon, not on the braid, and then attach my braid on. And before that sets, I would always turn this over and have a look and make sure I can't see any of it.
Okay.
And if you want this to, you know, if you want to go away and leave this and don't want to just sit there with your finger on top of it, what you can do is just put something heavy on top of it and just leave it just to go and set.
Okay.
So that's got that part onto there. And that literally within minutes will be able to take the weight. So if I turn that around,
Wow.
yeah, because it's a fast drying glue. So you can see I've got one loop there, and I would have a mirror image on the other side, and then within minutes that would be, in fact, there you go, proof. I'm actually holding the cabochon with the loop now, so you can see that how quick that sets to be able to do that. And then the neckline piece, have we got time for that? Or
yeah, I think so.
Okay, quickly show you how to do some of the neckline. So to do the neckline piece, I used 2 pieces, one piece of my purple and one of my green. And I just put them into a ribbon clasp. And if you find it difficult to get 4 pieces of this into your ribbon clasp, what you can do is with the ends, if you cut them at a slight angle, make these sort of ends slightly tapered with an angle. And if you find it difficult to do it with scissors, use your cutters and just take that into a slight angle. But I find I can get 4 pieces of this no problem into the ribbon clasp because I work with them all the time. I'm quite used to it. So the first part of the braid is a twisted macrame braid, and to do that take 1 green and 1 purple and put the other 2 as your lazy cords. And what you're going to do is you're going to tie your square knots, but instead of alternating, so square knots, for anyone who doesn't know, you take the cord over the top of the centre cords, you take the cord from the opposite side over the tail of that cord and under and in through the middle of that loop. And with the suede out, you do need to sort of tease the knots into place. And what you're going to do is you're going to repeat on the same side. So normally you would do one on the left and then one on the right. On this one, we're just going to keep working on the same side. And you probably have a favourite side that you prefer to knot on. I prefer to work from the left. I think that's because I'm right-handed. And you're going to do 7 of these knots, and you'll start to see that it will twist. It's starting to twist now. That's 5. So I put the 6th one in. Okay, and what you'll find is it's starting to twist there.
Yeah.
What I do is I take this cord that's on this side, the purple one that's on that side, and I take it underneath the middle cords and over the top, and then the green one underneath, and that will finalise that twist. It kind of puts it back in place, and it really makes it twist into place.
Okay, makes sense.
And then the next part I did was just to space this out a little bit, because with the suede it eats your cord quite quickly, is to do a gap and then do a square knot. So this one is on both sides of the cord, so one on the left, one on the right. That creates that open weave for you. And then I alternated my cords, and all you do to do that is you take the cords that are your lazy strands, take them up and over the other ones and bring these ones down, and then you would start to do another square knot, and that's alternated your cords.
Perfect. There you go. That's
and that's, you know, it's just a variation of square knots and spiral half hitches and various different knots in there, and you can just create these really quite unique open weaved neckline pieces.
Well, that kit did sell out in probably record times at that price point, as you'd expect. You can still add the friendship bracelet to your particular orders for just $4.95. Add it to your order price, of course. We are now going to move over and see what you've been creating. Final instalment this morning of the Wall of Fame. Good morning for another 2 minutes, just checking. Now time to have a look at your designs here on the Wall of Fame, and Sarah's going to get us up and running.
Yeah, I've got 233, and this is from Kath, and she's in Preston in Lancashire. She says, hi all at JewelleryMaker. Would like you to share my Tree of Life pendant made with pearls and garnet, all from JewelleryMaker. I'm getting a bit better with winding wire around the frame, which is made in one piece of wire. And which the tutorial that she watched and she liked it. She said, I'm new to this hobby and love watching your shows, and that's from Kath in Preston in Lancashire. Kath, that's gorgeous.
Beautiful. A little bit of a theme for the Tree of Life for me this morning.
But it's springtime coming. I think it's a really nice one to do because it kind of, you know, this sort of the cherry blossoms are going to be coming out soon.
I saw once Linda created, she was inspired, she was looking out of her window into the garden and the wind was blowing a tree, and she created that effect in the Tree of Life so that the wind was going Tree of Life. That looks fantastic. So
it looks
if you missed
lovely.
that's a good idea. Number 236 I've got here. This is coming from Hannah from Crewe, and this is her entry for this week's Wall of Fame. Blue quartz, and it looks like icicles to Hannah. She has lots of compliments wearing this, and a win would be amazing. Good luck everyone who's entered. They're beautiful pieces. So there you go, that's from Hannah. You're number 236, fantastic.
I have 234, and this is from Christine. She says, here's my contribution this week, a steampunk pendant. The wire, keys and cogs and findings are all from JewelleryMaker, and some bits from her stash. Good luck to all. And that's from Christine Iton. I think that's how you say it.
Yeah, that's right to me. I've got the final Wall of Fame this morning. It's number 237. Beautiful coral-like colours here. This has been sent in by Sue from Workshop, and it says, this is my entry for the Wall of Fame. It's it's a set made using 0.6 gold wire and red 6, 8 and 10 mil quartz, all from JewelleryMaker. Other red beads are from my stash. Fingers crossed for a win, as I'm in trouble with him indoors for spending too much on JM. Good luck to everyone. That's coming from Sue. There you go, fantastic suite of jewellery there. Number 237, good luck.
And I've got 235, and this is from Ida, I think it is.
Ida, yeah.
Hello, JewelleryMaker. This week's entry for the Wall of Fame. It's a long necklace with smoky quartz rounds and frosted smoky quartz rounds, all from JewelleryMaker, of course, and the findings from my stash. I love it, and I hope you like it too. Wish lots of luck to everybody, including myself, and I want to say a huge thank you to the presenters and the designers for the show. Love all from Ida. That's gorgeous. I think that's just
beautiful, isn't it?
That's a piece that you're going to, again and again, every day you're going to wear that with different outfits, and it's just going to be so easy.
Absolutely
It's
fantastic.
lovely.
That completes our entry to the Wall of Fame for today. We'll have another look tomorrow at some of the designs that have been sent in. Coming up after the break, an addition to our show that we weren't expecting, these beautiful teal coloured pearls. Absolutely out of this world. These are cultured pearls, and I have to say they go pretty much with everything we've brought you so far this morning, as pearls always do. Say that again. We're going to launch these in 2 minutes time at under £10. Have you seen the finish on these pearls?
Have you seen the colour? And Dion's in the seat.
Oh, Sarah, very astute of you. They're virtually perfect rounds. The finish on them. Okay, we're bringing these to you in 2 minutes time for under £10. Don't move a muscle. We'll be back after this.
The JewelleryMaker Wall of Fame is where you get to showcase your skills as a jewellery designer. Each week, one lucky entrant will win £100 credited to their account, and the runner-up receives £50. If you want to enter your design, just send a photo to studio@jewellerymaker.com, or you can post your photos to Wall of Fame, The Genuine Gemstone Company, Unit 2D, Eagle Road, Moons Moat, Redditch, B98 9HF. Get making and good luck.
JewelleryMaker is your one-stop shop
for all your jewellery making needs.
Our mission is to provide you with the best quality products,
value for money, and excellent customer service.
Come and learn with us.
Tune in every day from 9 AM to 9 PM.
JewelleryMaker. Create, wear, share.
I've been on the introduction to beadwork from JewelleryMaker, and the class was run by Linda, who I've watched on television many times. and always thought, well, I must go to that class because I've bought a lot of the jewellery, the lovely stones, but never ever sat down really and studied it. It's much easier when somebody explains what you've got to do. So I've made necklaces, I've made some lovely earrings, and it's good because we've got all the choice of beads stones we're able to use, and I've had a thoroughly good day. And of course I dragged my daughter along, who's kept me in tow, so it's open to all ages. It was super. We met a very good crowd.
If you miss a Jewellery Maker show, then simply go to our YouTube page where you'll be able to find hours of Jewellery Maker footage. Search by show, date or type. Alternatively, search by guest designer by using our playlist page. You can also find hours of tutorials with handy hints and tips to give you inspiration. Our YouTube page is updated on a daily basis, so you can access any show at any time. Stay in touch with Jewellery Maker.
Join Debbie Bolford to build your own colour palette out of polymer clay and create a signature blend to make your own design stand out from the crowd. During the workshop, you will complete your own colour chart to give you a recipe card for all your future creations. This workshop is perfect for all lovers of polymer clay. This course includes a selection of clay, use of all relevant tools, a buffet-style lunch and refreshments, a tour of the studios, meet the presenters, and a visit to the Gemporium Museum. All of this for just $64.95, and for more information, contact the call centre on 0800 644 655. Jewellery Maker, bringing out the designer in you. Jewellery Maker course gift vouchers are now available. You can choose from a bronze, silver or gold voucher. Each voucher is worth a different amount that entitles you to put towards a course of your choice. For more information, contact our call centre on 0800 644 655.
Seriously, I think they might have made a mistake, because there's no way pearls... Welcome back to Jewellery Maker, and it is now the afternoon, so good afternoon to you here at Jewellery Maker. We are now going to launch our teal pearls. Now these are 7mm in size, and I have to say, for all intents and purposes, they're virtually perfectly round. I mean, there will be some sort of irregularity because they are an organic mineral, and I wouldn't normally say that these are perfect rounds because, as I say, Mother Nature doesn't really do perfect, does she? But these are about as close to perfect rounds as we're ever likely to see here at Jewellery Maker. They are beautiful, gorgeous teal colour tone, very, very in keeping with current jewellery trends, of course. I'm totally shocked at the price point that we're going to be able to give you on these. Traditionally, within the industry, pearls are classified based on their roundness. That is how we establish the quality of a pearl. That's how we justify the luxury of a pearl. Now, here at Jewellery Maker, sometimes we might actually sort out slight irregularities. We've seen how popular Keshi pearls, for example, can be because they add an extra dynamic to our designs. But if we're trying to create luxury jewellery, which pearls are synonymous with, aren't they, luxury jewellery designs, roundness is how we classify the quality of a pearl. These are seriously as close to rounds as I think I've ever seen here at Jewellery Maker. I'm shocked by the quality of the pearls. I'm even more shocked by the price point we're about to do. And this is something that a lot of our jewellery designers out there who have been taking their pieces for independent valuation have been talking about. The idea that the pearls that we offer you here at Jewellery Maker are adding so much value to the designs that it's increasing the price points that you're receiving. And actually, I was speaking to one jewellery designer recently who was saying that when they took it for the valuation, she did say, oh, well, I got the pearls from Jewellery Maker, and they commented on the fact that they liked the way that we operate here at JewelleryMaker, because we're not afraid to get as close as possible into these gemstones, because we know the quality that we're offering you. And they said, yeah, you know, lots of people would shy away from showing you with this magnified lens and getting right in there, because then you'd see the kind of silk-like inclusions on the pearl. You'd see the irregularities in the size. We can get, say that again, sorry, Ollie. About 25 to 30 times magnification when you're seeing these on screen. So we always give you the sizes. So the 7mm round pearls, we're not afraid to show you that up close and personal, because the quality of these is ridiculous. Honestly, I'm shocked. I can't believe the price point that we're about to give you. Already huge numbers of people flying through for this one. We started with over 150 strands available in stock. I'm just going to tell you right now, we are going to launch these pearls at under £10. The roundness that I'm seeing on these pearls is not represented in the price point we're going to give you. The colour tone, I mean, I can't think of anything they won't go with. That Iolite is, and those pearls are just a match made in heaven, aren't they? In fact, I wonder if the Jadeite would look nice. Oh, wow, serious luxury. Actually, all three for the graduation of colour would look nice.
They're gorgeous, aren't they?
They are beautiful. Oh. Absolutely beautiful. Now, pearls, as I say, synonymous with luxury throughout the ages. The ancient Greeks used to associate these with luxury jewellery designs. Cleopatra kind of famously associated pearls with luxury and affluence, if you like. Even our own monarchs, Queen Elizabeth, used to be obsessed with pearls. She had over 300 gowns adorned with pearls. We started with over 150 strands. 2/3 of the stock's already been allocated. They're flying out the door. Here comes your launch price this morning, and this afternoon, sorry. And I have to say, I don't think these are going to be available tomorrow morning. In fact, I don't think these are going to be available at 12:15. $8.95 is your price point for 7mm round pearls. As I say, I would never call them perfect rounds, because we know that Mother Nature creates subtle irregularities in them, but you can't really see those with the naked eye, if I'm honest with you. Do you know what? It's interesting, because if you look at these alongside the shell pearl, for example, people might almost be tempted to think, well, they must be faux pearls because they're so close to being perfect rounds. I mean, look at the variation there. That's shell pearl, that's the real deal. When you start to look close and you see the gorgeous pearlescence, you see that these are genuine cultured pearls, people are going to think you've spent a 3-figure sum on your necklace design. Of course, you can create it right now for, what are we talking about? The price of a clasp.
Yeah.
Essentially.
I'd restrand those just to make the bracelets and just have them on, you know, have them available for my customers, just to see how beautiful they are. You know, blue pearls are great if you're making your bridal commissions as well, because you can hide a little blue pearl in there for the something blue.
Ah, nice.
So it's really nice to be able to do that.
It's gone around my man wrist twice, so you easily get 2 bracelets out of that, wouldn't you?
Yeah,
okay, that's going to be a sell-out deal. I've got 4 remaining in stock, but I've got far more of those in people's baskets already, so check out. First come, first serve, as always, here at JewelleryMaker. Fantastic opportunity that we brought you as my presenter pick this morning. The stone of the side, Piedra Eljada. 200 carats of jadeite, and we launched this morning at $19.95. Very, very historical gemstone. If you did miss out on the opportunity to grab this earlier on, the reason that it's known as the stone of the side is that ancient civilizations used to believe that if you held jadeite on your side, that it could actually heal kidney stones, interestingly. Wouldn't suggest that you buy it for that reason, but you know, it's nice to understand the ancient narratives attached to these gemstones. Of course, you know, this is one of the original forms of currency, essentially, for a lot of civilizations, because they used to create carved axe heads, and the kind of historical traditions believe that this wasn't to do with the idea of using it as weaponry. It was rather that they'd be offered as gifts to noble people, or, as I say, literally as currency. So if you're moving to travelling around to new regions in certain lands, then you would take your carved jadeite axe heads and say, look, you know, I'm willing to exchange this for, you know, whatever you needed. So really, really rich tapestry of history that's attached to jadeite, and we can bring you 200 carats, perfectly polished 8mm rounds this morning for under £20. That is seriously not a price point that I would associate with the gemstone anyway. And I can't guarantee this price point at 9 AM tomorrow morning. Gorgeous versatility from the apple green hues there. This is available right now for £19.95. That was my presenter pick. We're going to move on. Okay, we're going to bring you as many deals as we can this morning. We've been trying to focus on some of our braiding and weaving techniques. We've seen Sutach demonstrations. We've brought you Kumihimo bundles. Paracord as well has been available. Right now, we've got some more Kumihimo specific findings. So these are your accessory packs. This time you've got the silver plated varieties. These are your little charm holders, your bell-shaped clasps there, and your toggle clasps. You've got the rose gold plated variety and the silver plated variety. There's everything you're going to get: the toggle clasps, the charm holders, the jump rings, and the bell-shaped clasps. Silver plated and rose gold plated, bundled together for one wholesale price point this morning. We haven't let you down. Why do I keep saying that? It's the afternoon, Edward. There you go. So £6.95. Now, some of our newer viewers, and we do get new buyers every day here at JewelleryMaker, may be thinking, what is he saying? Add it to your order price. You only pay 1 P&P per day here at JewelleryMaker of just £2.95. I was talking about this the other day because I bought something online the other day, and the P&P was £6.95. And really, there you go. So some outlets, even potentially other home shopping channels, who knows, may charge you per order, and some people are aware of channels charging £7.95 per order.
Oh yeah. That's it. I remember doing a big online order for something I just could not get without going online, and they charged me by the weight, and it was all heavy things that I was buying, and when I got to the end there was no way I could get it any other way, so I was kind of held to ransom for it. And it was incredibly expensive. I think I ended up paying about £15 for the post and packaging.
Wow. For
something I just could not get in any other way. So
I was searching for something. I thought, oh, I'll get a better deal if I look online. I found a clearance price on the item. I thought, yes. And then, of course, they put the VAT on. Yeah. They added the £6.95 of the post and packaging. It was the same as it would have been if I'd gone and got it from the shop that day. Yeah. And then had to wait all day for it to receive. We've just taken this down to £6.95. That's what I paid for my P&P the other day. Amazing. So Deborah's just texted in to say, odd request here. Can you please ask Sissy in Texas if she ever lived in Pennsylvania as a child? I had a neighbour named Sissy that moved to Texas way back when. Oh, ooh. I really want it to be Sissy, although Texas is probably bigger than the UK, so I'm guessing there's more than one Sissy in Texas. But how amazing if we bring Sissy and Deborah back together. Okay, I really want this to happen now. Sissy, please text back. If you're still watching, please text in and say that you moved from Pennsylvania. I want this to happen so much. I've turned into Cilla Black. Neither Deborah or Sissy will understand that reference, will they? She was a strange Liverpudlian TV presenter who used to bring people back together in the late 80s. Okay, lots of people multi-buy now. I'm not surprised. Rose gold plated and silver plated findings. Both of these for £6.95. Amazing. Moving on. Fantastic. Now this has been billed as a little bit of an eclectic show. We're bringing you lots of the weaving techniques. Some of you may have been tuning in for the Sutach opportunities, and we have got this fantastic bundle for all of the Sutach artists out there. You get 2 of your Sutach beadsmith threads there. I love those colour tones, the khaki desert colour and the forest green. You've got your Sutach beading needles. You've also got, oh, look at that, beautiful kind of apple green suedette foundation sheet. It's fern coloured. I like that. Love this particular Tiger's Eye. I have to say, Tiger's Eye, for me, actually looks better in cabochon form than any other cut, because that polishing technique allows that chatoyancy to really come to the forefront of the gemstone. I love this. Depends what effect you're trying to create from your Tiger's Eye, but I just love the way the cabochon polishing technique brings that chatoyancy to the forefront. Also with the cabochons you tend to get larger cuts, don't you? So that's the interesting thing there. On top of that, look at this for a combination. You've got your unakite rounds, those are 4mm in size. You've got this beautiful strand of adventurine 6mm rounds. Gorgeous again, actually. Jadeite alongside the aventurine and the unakite. How fantastic does that look as a combination? Gorgeous. Six mil rounds of aventurine, 4mm rounds of the unakite. You've got that really large, beautiful Tiger's Eye cabochon. I love the way the chatoyancy comes through on that. Then you've got your fern green ultra suedette backing. You've got your 2 packs of Sutach threads there. Love those colours as well. That combination is just fantastic, isn't it? And you get your needles. You get 4 of those as part of this deal as well. And it's all available right now for the wholesale price point of $14.95. There you go. Sutach designers, start dialing now. Again, you know, how much could you pay for just the Tiger's Eye cabochon elsewhere?
That's it. I mean, the cabochons are so considered elsewhere. It can be, you know, incredibly difficult to find, of a good quality. Sometimes you can find cabochons that they're not necessarily picked the best of the gemstone, or had a lapidrist that knew how to get the best quality out of the gemstone. Yeah. That's not the case here. They're just beautifully finished.
Absolutely. Agree 100%. As I say, you know, sometimes when I look at the very delicate Tiger's Eye rounds, it's quite similar actually, because they're so intricate, the way they've been polished, the chatoyancy just comes through beautifully, doesn't it? So if you are able to grab the 2mm Tiger's Eye rounds around the cabochon, I mean, that would look exquisite, wouldn't it?
It would. I mean, any of the sort of smaller Tiger's Eye around there, sew those into your foundation, and you've just got a beautiful setting for it. And I'm looking at the Sutach cords in that collection, and I'm thinking, you know, I'd want to use those, possibly with the ones from the previous kit, and actually make like a little landscape on a soft furnishing. Actually,
that'd be nice.
On a cushion or something.
That's a gorgeous idea.
Yeah.
I'm looking at these Labradorite rounds, the treble deal that we brought you earlier on today. That is a match made in heaven. The golden and green hues coming through from the Labradorite are perfect alongside this Tiger's Eye for the Sutach designers out there. We still have some limited availability remaining on the triple Labradorite deal. Details of that are available at the bottom of the screen. That was 3 strands of Labradorite for just $12.95. People are flying in for that Sutach deal. That's the way we roll here at JewelleryMaker. If you do want to add this bundle to your order, now approaching limited availability at just $14.95, and the Labradorite 2mm rounds, polished rounds, available still for $12.95. Amazing opportunities this morning here on JewelleryMaker. We're going to move on. Ooh. Oh, I like this colour, don't you, Dee? Now this is Chalcedony, but it's actually masquerading as blue lace agate. So you've got very, very similar colour tones, similar banding to one of the most revered varieties of agate on the planet. And this is beautiful Chalcedony, thought to be a gemstone that will kind of promote creativity in the wearer or the user. So it might be a very useful gemstone for jewellery makers, of course. Once again, I wouldn't suggest you buy it for that reason, but it's always nice to know this kind of traditional folklore, isn't it? Gorgeous organic finish to these, irregularities in the stars. Love these because you've got the what have been described as fancy slices. They range in size from 8x8 to 16x12, and because they've literally crammed these carat weights onto the strand, you get so many gemstones, 300 carats on both strands. Then you've got a further 180 carats on the top drilled little droplet style nuggets. They range in size from 8x7 to 17x8, probably everything in between really because of the irregularities. For me, I always actually make this analogy, but it's just the imagery that comes to mind. They just look like cloud formations in the sky, don't they? If somebody asked you to draw like a landscape with the sky, that's how you draw the sky, isn't it?
It is, with those sort of beautiful tone on tones coming through. Lovely.
Or even the kind of waves crashing against the rocks, where you get that little foam. It looks a little bit like that as well, doesn't it?
They're very tranquil gemstones, they make you feel very calm when you work with them.
Totally agree with that. There's a lot of psychology behind colours, isn't there? And this is probably one of those sort of soothing colours, isn't it, I would imagine?
Yeah.
Cool waters. Actually, there you go. So it's been sort of accounted for in the name that we've created there, Cool Waters. So this is a kind of double deal, isn't it? A double trouble. So you got two of the drop style nuggets, two of the kind of through drilled slices, if you like, real organic quality, and yet there's still something quite calming about them. They don't have the usual chaotic feel that you get from these cuts, if you like, because of the colour tone, because of the banding as well. Beautiful. And you don't need to pile your carat weight in there. They are quite sizable pieces of your blue Chalcedony. Already huge numbers of people coming through on the free phone line for this one. If you want to add this to your order, you do need to be checking out your baskets as quickly as possible. We're going to give you a wholesale price point this morning for beautiful blue Chalcedony. Wow, $14.95. And you've got over 900 carats here. Over 900 carats of any gemstone should be going to $14.95, but particularly something this beautiful. I always think of this as being quite inspirational because of the colour tones. Have a look at those. Just have a look at how many gemstones you've got on there. 300 carats on that one strand alone. And you can get all 4 strands this morning for $14.95. In fact, I think I've just had a brainwave. Anybody that just grabbed the Iolite this morning, it was just $12.95. How about that as a combination? Do you like that, Sarah?
Oh, I do like that. It's really sort of calming but uplifting at the same time. It's got those real calm blues from the Chalcedony, and then you've got the really sort of dramatic sort of blues, and I think it just looks like sort of, you don't really get a sea, and suddenly you get these dark spots with the sea, and you get the light spots, and it's just beautifully tonal, very calm.
Absolutely, you've got that graduation of colour, haven't you, from the sky blues to the midnight blues, and it just works perfectly, doesn't it? So many people flying through for this one. I will say I've got fewer than 20 strands of Iolite remaining in stock, so if you do want to grab that to your today, or you've got it in your basket, you need to check out as quickly as possible. An interesting question. Deborah sets in to say, is the Chalcedony dyed or natural, please? Also, thanks for asking Sissy for me. Oh, I'm well excited about that. You don't need to ask me about that, Deborah. I really want it to be Sissy so badly, even though I know that the odds are against us there. I did tell you, we're all infinitely connected. The universe is looking out for us. I can tell you right now that this is 100% natural Chalcedony. This is as Mother Nature intended this to be. Beautiful powder blues, those sky blue tones with that gorgeous banding. And it's available right now for $14.95. Amazing. Less than £4 per strand. And you've got over 300 carats on this strand, over 150 carats on this one, and then we've repeated that twice over. It's $14.95, less than £4 per strand this morning for natural blue Chalcedony. Moving on. Where to, sorry? Okay. Oh, again, the kind of droplet style nuggets. Now these are cuts that we don't see every day here at JewelleryMaker. I certainly don't see them as regularly as I think people would like to, because they give you quite an interesting finish, don't they? They're polished beautifully, So they add value to your designs from that point of view. And yet they still have the irregularity that offers you that organic dynamic. I love the colour combination here. One location gemstone, very, very closely related to the way that opal forms. That's why we find it in that region of Australia where we traditionally mine for opal. Then we've got this fantastic strand of multicoloured fluorite. I have to say the quality of our fluorite at the moment has gone through the roof. Top quality fluorite, again in that gorgeous irregular droplet style, and you've got this kind of sea glass like feel to the fluorite, haven't you, thanks to the colour tones, but also the fluorescence that naturally occurs in the gemstone. Hold on a second, this is a gemstone I haven't seen for quite some time here at Jewellery Maker. Botswana agate. Oh wow, the banding. How well would that go with the blue lace agate? With the blue Chalcedony. Wow. That looks amazing, I think. That'll make that previous bundle go so far, wouldn't it, if you grab both of these? And then, everyone's favourite, Labradorite. Wow. Hopefully I'm going to be able to show you this. I've got a rainbow of Labradorescence. There we go. It's a bit it's a bit of a variation the way the Labradorescence comes through on these irregular cuts. I can show you it, but it's just not as easy as you'd find on a faceted variety. I think that makes it almost even more interesting to set into your designs, doesn't it? It depends the kind of effects you're trying to create, as always, you know. You see those kind of golden apricot tones coming through in the Labradorescence there. I know that there's some designers out there who've got whole drawers full of Labradorite because they just know how popular it is and what a massive seller it is. Sarah's nodding along. She's one of those designers, I think.
Oh, it's one of those ones I just pick up and add to so many other gemstones.
Yeah.
So if I don't want a harsh neutral tones or a white or a black, then a Labradorite is perfect. It just sits in there, but it can spread out those feature stones for you. It can change the dynamic of your jewellery by adding just a few in.
You've got that kind of natural base tone that gives you a neutral shade, but then when you get that shiller, that beautiful Labradorescence coming through, it just gives you a whole sort of different dynamic to your design. Wow, look at that Botswana agate there. It looks like a thumbprint, literally, like Mother Nature's fingerprint on the surface of a gemstone. That's amazing. Love the banding on this gemstone. This is beautiful. Love this. Fallen in love with this Botswana agate. Have to say, the Labradorite is incredible. Such intensity from the Labradorescence. Botswana agate, I haven't seen this for months. What feels like months anyway. Beautiful fluorite, top quality fluorite. In fact, I will say that at the moment I'm looking at the best quality fluorite I've ever seen here at Jewellery Maker. And then, again, very rich intensity from the Mackay, which is another gemstone that we have been maybe missing a little bit recently. I love those earthy colours, the mustards, the aubergine shades. It's all coming through for you in these beautiful top drilled nugget shapes. Okay, now I have to warn you, I've got incredible price point on this particular bundle. The value we're about to offer you for these kind of carat weights, for this quality of gemstones, is out of this world. If you've already got an order up and running, start dialing the free phone number as quickly as possible. We're going to take this to under £3 per strand. There's not even a blue gemstone in there. £11.95. That is amazing. We tread a fine line here at Jewellery Maker, don't we, between offering you the most competitive prices for top quality gemstones and devaluing the carat weights that we're offering you here. Beautiful, gorgeous gemstones. Botswana agate. Gemstone I haven't seen for months. Labradorite, our favourite gemstone. Fluorite, amazing quality of fluorite. It's another gemstone that Mark's been getting very excited about recently. And beautiful Mackay. The burgundies, the aubergine tones, the mustard golden shades. 11.95. Lots of people coming through to multi-buy this particular bundle. Again, the only drawback to creating a wholesale opportunity where we take this to less than £3 per strand is that we are a little bit limited in availability. So you do need to get involved as quickly as possible. You've got your 30-day money-back guarantees. If you get them home and you find it a little bit tricky to integrate them into your designs, then you can send them straight back. Don't see it happening personally because they are so incredible. The colour tones are beautiful. Wow, very few of our products are actually returned to us here at JewelleryMaker. In fact, I just heard, and I have to say, is that right? Yeah. Okay, we actually have a less than 2% return rate here at JewelleryMaker. That's amazing.
It is.
Wow, I can think of some very, very large brands that would be proud of that kind of statistic, wouldn't they?
They would. I think because you know the quality you're going to get, and you can see so close up with the camera shots what you're going to get. That really does help that you get that real feel. But then when you get it home, it's even better.
Yeah. Do you know what? I think that's what it is, because we try to get as close to the look that you're going to actually receive when you get it home. When you get it home, more often than not, the gemstones actually surpass your expectations, and that's why people are so, I suppose, enamoured by the gemstones we offer here. $11.95 works out at less than £3 per strand. I've got people multi-buying this deal as well. You need to get involved as quickly as possible. Once again, I don't mean to sound repetitive, but if you've got it in your basket, start checking out. $11.95 is not the kind of price point you would associate with these gemstones at the best of times, but particularly when you're looking at this kind of quality. Beautiful Botswana agate, gorgeous Labradorite, top quality fluorite, and a one location gemstone of Mackay in your top drilled, or droplet style I should say, nugget cut. $11.95. Once again, a queue forming on our free phone number. You're only investing your time on that phone number, so stay where you are. $11.95 for that particular collection of gemstones. I have to say, some of the best value we've offered you all morning, and considering the deals we've been bringing you, that is, I have to say, something I'm quite impressed to say, because I mean, we just took a kit with 700 carats down to $14.95, sold out in seconds. We've had the Friendship Bracelet DVD launched this morning, just $4.95 for 60 minutes of tutorage, and yet I still think that's some of the best value I've offered you. $11.95 for these gemstones. Friendship Bracelet DVD, $4.95, and there are still some of these available in stock. When we do create our DVD bundles, I have to say, we tend to do quite a large run of them, because we know that people are going to add this to their order as they start to take up different techniques, so whether it is macrame or kumihimo or different knotting and braiding techniques. You might want to take advantage of the Friendship Bracelet. Maybe you're starting to think about ways to entertain the youngsters over the half term next week. This would be a fantastic addition to your order. $4.95 for the Friendship Bracelet DVD. 60 minutes of tutorage on one DVD, and these are the designs that you can create using the techniques that are demoed here. $4.95, there you go, those are the pieces that you can create if you emulate them directly, but of course the idea is that you master the techniques and then use those to create your own designs. That's right, isn't it, Sarah?
Yeah, you can change the techniques and you can master them and just make them your own, and do them in different colour tones, add your own gemstones to them, just mix and match the techniques across. So if you want to do the button fastening that's on the back of the grey and silver one and put it on a different bracelet, you can do that.
Fantastic. So it's all about kind of adopting the techniques and then expressing your own design ideas within your pieces.
Yes.
Beautiful opportunities using the Friendship Bracelet DVD. It is just $4.95 this morning. Those have been flying out the door. I think close to sort of 400 of those have already been sold, and people are still flying through for that one. Very, very popular, so grab it while you can. It is available right now for just $4.95. That's an add it to your order price, of course. We're now going to move on and give you another gemstone deal. Now, I think we saw this gemstone in one of our kits earlier on this morning. Gorgeous alongside the monochrome looks, I think. But we get this as a request all the time, saying, can we have the same gemstone in a variety of different cuts and shapes? And that's exactly what we've created for you here. This is what I'd probably describe as kind of like a ruby red or like a lipstick red. You know, it's a really bold colour tone, isn't it? The hot red that you get from your beautiful magnesite. Love that jet black banding that we see on the surface of the gemstone. You've got 100 carats of your puffy ovals, they're 12 by 8 millimeters. 140 carats of your puffy coins, they're 10 mil in size. 180 carats of your rice beads, which are also 12 by 8 millimeters, and 90 carats of your puffy pears, they're 11 by 8 millimeters in size. So a cut for every design scenario, huge carat weights, gorgeous, bold, vibrant red tone, and of course a wholesale price point this morning should be $15.80, already less than £4 per strand if you were to buy them individually. But we're not staying there, we are going to take it down to Bargain Town. We want to provide you with as many add it to your order prices as we can this morning. We're taking it under £10. That works out at £2.49 per strand. You've got over 90 carats on every single strand. In fact, on the rice bead you've got 180 carats on that strand. $9.95 once again, not in keeping with the quality of the gemstone or the design opportunities that we're offering you with this combination, but you know that whatever you create is going to be beautiful and cohesive because of the colour tones all match. £2.49 per strand this morning, $9.95 is your add it to your order deal. Lots and lots of people starting to come through for this particular deal. We have been busy from minute one this morning with people taking advantage of some of the deals. Oh, sorry, I had to clear my throat there, so we had to take my microphone out. My apologies. I'm poorly today. Okay, so lots of people coming through for this one. Multi-buyers left, right and centre as people start to recognise the value. We are bringing you £2.49 per strand on every single gemstone. I mean, the colour tone is just exquisite. Actually, it's one of Mother Nature's combinations, isn't it? The red and the jet black banding there. It's just going to work so well within your designs. We saw it earlier today. In fact, I've got that design right here. And we've seen this combination of cords, of course, available all morning, the charcoal greys, and you can see there, those are actually red marcasites. Magnesites. You can tell my brain's not working, can't you? $9.95 is the add it to your order price, so congratulations if you have got hold of that particular deal. We are now, now do you know what? Saw this early this morning and it kind of put a smile on my face instantly. It's a totally tropical taste that you're getting from this particular bundle. I just think, I look at that and I just see like pineapple. I mean, it's making me think of like Caribbean kind of locations. The kind of maxi dresses people might be packing away for their summer holidays, or even just like heading down to the Notting Hill Carnival, have some fun. Do you know what I mean? It's got that tropical feel to it. 4 strands of multicoloured quartzite here. You've got your 12mm rounds, your 10mm rounds, your 8mm rounds and your 6mm rounds. So that graduation of sizes, again, every single one individual because of the way the kind of colours swirl together within each gemstone. Beautiful. That's very true. Ollie's just saying it makes him think of lemon and limes because of that citrus vibe there. So I mean, everything about it just says summer, doesn't it? Absolutely gorgeous. 12mm, 10mm, 8mm, 6mm, all together in these multicoloured beauties. That's what it's been called. I like it. Okay, let's have a look at our price point. Wow. Once again, £2.49 per strand.
That's amazing.
That's it. Incredible quality, incredible value. You've got over 800 carats for $9.95. Tell you what, your spring and your summer collections that you're going to be starting to put together, crying out for the inclusion of these. The interesting thing about this is sometimes when we look at these colour tones, people are a little bit standoffish because they might think, oh, it's a bit too vibrant for my mind. But actually, these aren't really sort of strong buttercup yellows with the greens. They're kind of lemon-esque tones, aren't they? And lime greens, they really are giving you that citric vibe, aren't they? The
lemon coming through reminds me of lemon curd.
Yes.
That sort of buttery lemon tone. It's not a harsh, sunshiny, bright yellow. It's kind of really quite muted, and I love that pop of colour coming through with the greens coming through.
Yeah.
Reminds me of laburnum.
Yeah.
And you get that sort of yellow flower, and it's beautiful. I love
it's
it.
Gorgeous, isn't it? And lots of people recognising the value. Once again, £2.49 per strand. So many people multi-buying that one. Anne's got 2, Jill's got 2, Lorraine's got 2, Joyce's got 2. If you've got that in your basket, you know what to do. We're moving on. Where to, sorry? Ah, this is one of our little finding selections here, one of our little matrix packs. Gold-plated findings. And you've got your toggle clasp, your jump rings, your little spacer tubes, the cylindrical ones and the little rounded ones. You've got your large lobster claw clasps and your classic lobster claws. Then you've got your large fancy earring findings and your shepherd hooks. All in gold plated findings. You get approximately 50 pieces in the collection. We're going to give you another add it to your order price, as we have done since 9 AM this morning. We're not going to let you down. Let's have a look at these fancy findings, because I haven't seen these very often here on the channel. I love the opportunity to work with those slight variations on our classic earring findings there. Absolutely beautiful. I mean, just have a look at the detailing on the toggle clasp itself. Again, we're talking about the kind of finish to your pieces, adding value. Look at that kind of rope effect style that you've got on the toggle clasp. Instantly adding value to your designs. That's before you factor in the opportunity to work with gold-plated findings. Approximately 50 pieces, under £10. And we're going even lower. Pedro, get over here. At £8.95, I wasn't very impressed, but Pete, come on, mate. £6.95, it's ridiculous. Pete, what are you doing over there, mate?
Oh, sorry, man.
I leave you in charge for 1 minute, and you take these findings down to £6.95. I'm back, baby. We're back. £6.95 for gold-plated findings. Pete, how could you? Devaluing gold-plated findings for just £6.95. It's only available at that price till 9 AM tomorrow, thankfully. I'm not leaving Pete in charge of a stall again. Down to £6.95. We're only messing. £6.95, that's a clearance deal on the Matrix collection there. Which side, sorry? Yeah, cool. Oh, another collection of findings. This time it comes in the storage box. Now, storage solutions have been hot property here on Jewellery Maker over the last few weeks, I have to say. I think people are getting in trouble. So will you tidy up around here? You've got wire and findings and gemstones everywhere. Storage selections, hot property, and as part of this deal, you also get your heart-shaped head pins here. You get 50 of each. Now this is good because they're the larger head pins. Gives you a little bit more license for your design. So you get the heart motif on the head of the pin itself. Let me just turn that a little bit. There we go, so you can see the heart shape. And then you've got 50 mils to work with. You can actually just create a whole shepherd hook with this, couldn't you? You could just follow it around and create an ear wire with this whole head pin.
Yes.
Fantastic. So you get 50 of each, and you've got silver plated head pins. 50 of those. Yellow gold plated head pins, 50 of those. Rose gold plated head pins, 50 of those. Gunmetal colour tone there, 50 of those, all coming to you in this handy little storage box. The price point you're about to pay for this deal, you could pay for the storage box elsewhere. It's an add it to your order deal this morning here on Jewellery Maker of $11.95 any other time. We're not staying there. We're taking it under £10. $9.95 is the deal this morning. That means you get 200 head pins, all 50mm in size, 50 of each in your traditional metallic tones, rose gold, yellow gold, silver and gunmetal, all for $9.95. Once again, less than £2.50 per pot, and you've got the storage box. Can't get wrong, can you, under £10? That's amazing. $9.95 for this particular Matrix collection. Silver plated, gold plated, rose gold plated, the gunmetal tone there as well. 200 head pins. And don't forget, you've got that heart-shaped finish on each head pin as well. Should be $11.95 at 9 AM tomorrow. That is the price you're going to pay right now. Take advantage of your 1 P&P per day. Add that to your order right now for $9.95. Amazing opportunity. Amazing opportunity. Just $9.95. If you want to take advantage of that, you know what to do. Either dial the free phone number, or of course you can shop at JewelleryMaker.com. But if you place the items in your basket, as always, check out to avoid disappointment. I only have a limited number available, and we've taken it down to the clearance price of $9.95. We are going to move on. We've got more deals to bring you. We're going to stick with the vibrancy that we brought you in that previous gemstone bundle. This time with kind of mandarin tone, if you like. So the carat weights are so large, it's difficult to hold them all. So there you go. You've got 2 strands of the 12mm, 2 strands of the 10mm. So hold on a second. 360 carats on 1 strand of the 12mm, but you've got 2 of those. So that's already over 700 carats. Over 250 carats on the 10mm round, but you've got 2 of those. That's over 500 carats. That means you're getting over 1,200 carats as part of this particular bundle of orange quartzite, 12mm rounds and 10mm rounds. I mean, as if the colour tone wasn't going to create enough of a showcase piece. The size certainly is going to attract a lot of attention to your designs. You don't need to pile huge carat weights into these, but it's nice to have these vibrant colour tones in your collection, especially as we move into the spring and summer months. We are going to give you another wholesale price point. Of course we are. You're joking. Don't ask me what producer Dion's doing in there. £2.49 per strand for your orange quartzite. 2 strands of your 12mm, 2 strands of your 10mm. That works out over 1,200 carats for under £10 this morning. Another add it to your order deal for your orange crush collection there, your orange quartzite. Amazing opportunity. There you go, huge numbers of people coming through on our free phone number. If you are placing this in your basket at JewelleryMaker.com, check out as always to avoid disappointment. The only problem with this, of course, with creating these wholesale bundles, with giving you such amazing prices, that we do have to create kind of limited opportunities because we're piling all of our stock into one bundle. So grab them while you can. Over 1,200 carats for under £10. Amazing opportunity. We're going to move on though, because we want to fit in as many add it to your order deals as we can this morning. Another opportunity to add your Kumihimo findings to your order. These are your silver plated findings, specifically designed to work with your Kumihimo pieces. So you've got your jump rings, your lobster-claw clasps, your little, I think those are the little magnetic findings, aren't they? Yeah, the little magnetic clasps. You've got your toggle clasp, your ribbon cord endings, your cylindrical bell-shaped clasps, and you've got the little little connectors there as well. The little screw barrel clasps, that's it. Okay, wow. Okay, we've got very limited availability on this deal, but it's just because we've been focusing on the weaving, knotting techniques this morning, because we've given you so many Kumihimo opportunities. We're going to give the last few people an opportunity to add this to their order, and it will be coming in and add it to your order price. So, any other time, your silver-plated Kumihimo collection has been $9.95. We have got less than 50 of these in stock. We're going to take it down to a clearance price. For the last in stock, we're taking it down to $6.95. That is just a little treat for the first 50 people that dial in. Well, it was 50 people. Huge numbers of people came in at $9.95. Now down to the clearance price of $6.95 for your silver-plated Kumihimo findings kit there. 44 pieces, $6.95. Absolutely unbelievable. Especially when you've got your toggle clasps, your earring findings, your screw barrel clasp, your little, I suppose they are kind of bell-shaped clasps, but they've just got a cylindrical finish. You've got the magnetic clasp and your jump rings, all available right now for $6.95. Will you have come over to rejoin the lovely Sara? You all right?
I'm very well, thank you.
Been having fun with your challenge this morning?
I have. I've kept it very classic. I've just done and really enjoyed just beading.
Yeah.
But where I started with jewellery making is just beading, so I think when you put the word just in there, you can go to so many different levels with beading, so it just can make really beautiful pieces.
This was the shell pearl combination that had the frosted chocolate brown and the kind of classic chocolate brown shell pearl, and then you had the charcoal and the silver shell pearl there, the frosted finish and the matte finish. So, sorry, the frosted finish and the traditional shell pearl finish on your shell pearl. $17.95 this morning. So actually got 6 strands of shell pearl for $17.95. That works out at less than £3 per strand. In fact, somebody's texted in to say, it was William who texted in, sorry. So I recently saw a necklace made with 10mm shell pearl with a sale price of £78 in a magazine.
Yeah.
This is because, you know, shell pearl is starting to kind of build a reputation as a gemstone, really. It's a natural, organic material. It's rare, it's precious, it's durable, it's ticking all the boxes that we associate with genuine gemstones right now. Less than £3 a strand, $17.95 for all 6 strands. And fantastic suite of jewellery that Sarah's created there. Absolutely gorgeous. Now, the other thing that we did launch this morning was Sarah's Friendship Bracelet DVD. It's still available right now for $4.95, and add it to your order deal there. If you've paid your P&P of just $2.95, that will run right up until midnight. Why not take advantage of this incredible launch on this fantastic DVD? Perfect for the half-term period, as we've heard. So Sarah, thank you so much for all of your inspiration this morning, and obviously for putting together the DVD. When are you next on air, Sarah?
It's early March now. I've got a week off for half term.
Ah, right, you're off for half term, so you'll be making some friendship bracelets. Amazing. I will be back tomorrow with cocktail rings from 1 PM with Laura Beading on the Designer Inspiration Show, and we've got the Designer Inspiration Show coming up in about 30 seconds time. Today Becky is joined by the very talented Deb Rudge. What are you doing, Deb?
All sorts. Wire mesh today.
Wire mesh focus is the Designer Inspiration Show today, and apparently they've got a rather impressive strand of Rubelite to show you very, very soon. That's coming up shortly. So thank you to all the guys for putting together the show, of course, Dion for giving us the amazing prices, and all of it team for putting together the show. Thank you for joining us. In fact, thank you and good afternoon.
Did you know that if you go to JewelleryMaker.com and sign up to our mailing list, then you will receive 20% off your first order with us. We'll also keep you updated with special offers, theme shows, program guides and Jewellery Maker tutorials. Jewellery Maker. Create, wear, share.
Join Gemma Crow with her brand new Edition 2 Wire Mesh DVD. Gemma will guide you through the fabulous